Okay. Okay, hopefully this will be better. I freaking hope so. And here we are yet again. Hello again
Yes.
for like the third or fourth
We we
time.
we are
Hello,
back.
Nerdy Text
We are
Encounter.
back a
Hi, how
third
are you?
time with the weather.
Okay, actually, we're back once again with weather. Film at 11, by the way.
Coming
See.
to you live from an
Yeah.
icy radioactive wasteland. No, sorry, that's the honey badger. That's the honey badger intro. I can't seal the intro for the red circus.
Yeah, okay, then it must have been something that we did with Discord that was not working properly. Sorry about that, guys. I apologize. I will have to figure it out later. Again. Okay, let's.
Commence the anime.
Third time's the charm is how I will dub this attempt. Third time's the charm.
Technical difficulties
on Twitter. Yeah, you've been sent it. It's been sent to Twitter 3 times. Third time's the charm. Will it work out? Benefit me? We have no idea. Tune in next week. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Shouldn't it be same wolf time, same wolf channel? I said, shouldn't it be?
Oh, that's true.
Shouldn't it be same wolf time, same wolf channel? Considering theming and consistent branding and all.
Yes, that's true. It should. I'm sorry. I botched it, guys. I botched it so goddamn bad. How dare I? How dare I? Oh God. So again, hello, hi. This time, those probably who have not been here to witness the scuff. And the fact that I'll probably be deleting the other 2.
No, you should leave them up for posterity, just so everyone sees what we go through in bringing them this content.
I don't want to torture them. Scuff is just a part of things. I am also wondering if things just work better on Twitch in general. I have no idea. But for the time being, yes, we're back. Yes, we're going to talk about anime. We're going to talk about the spring 2022 season. At least I will. I don't know if Dalton keeps up or not, but we'll chat about it.
I will be offering opinions as and when we talk about things. I'm hoping somewhere in the mix here will be Overlord Season 4 or the second part of Magi Adventures of Sinbad, because I've been waiting for those 2 freaking things forever and a freaking day.
No. So, more Overlord Magi? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't know if we'll ever get more Magi. I don't know. Because from what I understood, the stuff was
We only
I remember watching the show. I never
made it through 3 of Sinbad's 7 djinns, and I want to know what everybody's favorite Gary Stu continues to do in his adventures and things. I need to know about the glorious first class singularity that is Sinbad and his Mary Sue powers. This is a thing I need.
Okay.
Also, Ainzul Gon and his conquering of the world, because Overlord apparently gets really nuts according to my ex-boyfriend, and I want to see the rest of it now.
Yeah, I have not. I've watched like maybe most of the first season. I've never watched further than that. I did enjoy it, but I haven't watched very much. So it's a little bit of a weird. I can't give much of an opinion because it's also been a while since I watched it. But I did think it was entertaining. What anime have I been watching? I've been watching mostly older anime like Sayuki and Lock the Superman. I don't even know what are. Nerdy Texan Accountant, you have stumped me. I've never heard of them before. At all. I can't say I'm familiar with them. But that's cool. What anime have I watching? Well, if we want to start with that before we jump into 2020, let's see. I binge watched over the last few days, I watched Eden Zero in its first season.
Hmm.
I I liked it quite a bit actually. It was quite wholesome and entertaining. I enjoyed it. I'm not the bin of fairy tale. I'm gonna be honest. I don't hate it. I've watched at least like one season. It was pretty fun, but I don't get all that much. Maybe it's because of the blatant fan service. And Eden Zero was pretty riddled with it too.
Mm.
Not going to pretend it wasn't. 2020. Did we time travel back 2 years? Did we? What are we talking about? Are we talking about my title? Because I'm pretty positive my title says 2022.
You misspoke and said 2020 a
If it
little
does,
bit
edit it
ago.
later.
That's why. That's what the dirty nerdy text accountant is accounting for in this particular instance. But no, I can confirm we are still in March of 2022 because I just got done with a week's worth of medical hell, and also it's the birthday of my high school crush. So yeah,
Your high school crush? That's interesting.
yeah, yeah. His birthday is today.
I was like, is it somebody who's an actor
Hmm?
or something, or was it an actual person? I was like,
No, it's somebody from my high school. Yeah,
oh, okay, okay,
his
okay.
his
Well, because
birthday is today.
high school crush could be such a term. I was just like, I don't know how to traverse this
Yeah,
topic.
yeah. No,
You know,
he's a
it's
guy
like,
who I had a crush on in high school and honestly most of middle school and elementary school, if I'm
ah,
entirely honest,
okay,
with myself. But yeah,
fair, okay.
yeah, it was his birthday today, and I know that because I made sure to text him about it yesterday before I went into surgery, so that A, I wouldn't forget, and B, I wouldn't come off as one of those people who only remembers people's birthdays when Facebook reminds them of shit. So
Mm,
also he's
right.
a military special ops guy now, and he's constantly busy, and I didn't know if he would see my
Mm,
best, his
ah,
happy birthday on his actual birthday, so I wanted to make sure I got in early so he had a better chance of seeing it. But enough with my tortured
oh, it's very nice of
shell of
you.
an excuse for our love life. Um, anyway, on with the anime.
Well, it happens. It happens. Yes, maybe anime will cure our depression. Anime will save the universe. Yes, I got that line from Eden Zero, and I'm gonna use it. Uh,
All hail the anime. Long may it
uh
reign.
yeah, and nerdy text accountant. Thank you for sending Dalton the well wishes. That's very nice. Thank you very much.
Hmm. Yes, thank you, nerdy text accountant.
What happened?
It, it's, it's it's been quite a few days, but I'm fine, and I was mostly fine all the way through it. What happened, for the
Mm,
record, is I used to have, and I'm gonna have to get used to saying that now. I used to have a pump that pumped
mm-hmm,
medication from my abdomen into my spinal fluid, and the catheter of said
mm-hmm,
pump kinked, and um, it started leaking. It started causing my spinal fluid to leak, which was causing me to have essentially what amount to epidural style headaches, and that
ooh,
was that was
yeah,
very unnice. And my spinal fluid actually
yeah.
ended up
Never fun, no matter what kind. Where do they
yeah,
come from?
and ended up having to trail back through my catheter into my abdomen area. So there was a giant ball of spinal fluid liquid in my abdomen area for a bit. Not fun,
Mm,
but
yeah, that does not sound pleasant.
yeah, I got the pump removed, and I switched to the oral version of the medication that I was on, and now everything is mostly fine, except for my side is still sore because of the stitches, which I get removed in 3 weeks, and then I hopefully will never have to deal with it again.
Mm,
Yay. Um,
yeah, hopefully. Hopefully you won't have to go through that again. I certainly hope not.
yeah. Anyway,
Yes,
onto the
Nerd
anime.
Detective does sound awful. Does not sound like a fun time. Yes, on to. Hey, I'm back. The video changed to you reviewing Super Robot Wars, so I didn't realize it was not a live stream. What? Huh? I'm sorry, what, Underworld?
Auto
I'm not reviewing Super Robot Wars.
autoplay.
Oh, was he on
He,
autoplay?
he was
He was. He must have been.
listening to the derp stream, and then it switched over to you reviewing Robot Wars, and he
And
assumed it
then when
must.
we cut,
He,
then when we cut off,
yeah,
because then that
he
means like, okay, hold on, how far back did he go? That's the proverbial question I must ask myself now,
yeah.
because that
I
how did oh wait,
I
no,
assume
if it did
probably
it
at
in
the
video
end of the
format,
first derp stream, if I had to guess, but who knows?
that's possible, because the other most of them were streams, normal streams, because the two videos are, one that I did about comic books, and then the only other stream after that is my first impressions of Robot Wars V.
Yeah. So
Okay, interesting,
it
strange and bizarre, but
it must have auto played the first impressions video, I would imagine.
it must have, because it's not. If it did it in sequential order, it wouldn't have been that. But I mean, I appreciate it if you watch that. Please go watch that video. I really enjoyed making it.
Yes,
Okay,
all the
the one that was
views
playing the
are
clip.
good for the algorithm in derp. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, in particular, I actually never had an opportunity to play Super Robot Wars before, and now that I have now accumulated a collection of Super Robot Wars games, and I'm like, I'm really looking forward to playing them all when I get time, because I haven't found much time. I watch too much anime, probably, and why. Or I might save them for some live streams in the future.
There is no
But
such thing as too much anime. Haven't you ever been an otaku before? It's
yes, there's no such
it's
thing.
otaku
Never. It
heresy
doesn't.
to
It doesn't
speak of such
exist.
an entity as too much anime.
Hmm. I mean, in a sense, Super Robot Wars in and of itself is an anime, so yeah, that works. I watched 14 minutes of it before I realized it was a review. Yeah, kind of. It kind of is. Not really. It's more of a first impression. Because a full review would require me to actually finish playing the damn thing. We need more anime. Yes. I need more giant robots in my life. Okay, give me that. I don't see that on the anime docket currently.
I
But
need Overlord
hopefully we'll see
Season
some
4
later.
and Magi Legend of Sinbad Part 2 so that we can get the rest of Sinbad's Jin.
Yes.
That's
okay,
what I need.
So we were talking about anime I was currently watching. So I made Eden Zero, and I had a lot of fun with that one. It was all about making friendship, because friendship is magical. But joking aside, that was actually literally pretty much most of the plot was about what's his name? I bought a few more Gundam anime recently. Good, buy more Gundam, because it's good stuff. I probably will be doing that too once I have my financial situations in order. Because I want to collect more of it. I'm still missing some. And then I actually have to go through the painstaking effort of actually watching the ones I haven't watched. Like, actually, I was gonna watch the movie for Gundam Double. I haven't done that yet. I have it out, but I haven't done anything with it yet. But yeah, I watched Eden Zero. Considering it's the same, it is the same for Fairy Tail. And what was it? He had a show back in the early 2000s too that I remembered watching called Rave Master. And I think out of the three, I liked Eden Zero the most. Rave Master, yes. I believe that's what it was called anyway. I can't fully remember. And the only reason why I'm fairly certain it's the same creator is because the same dog appears in every single series. So, because he makes reference to past work a lot. Heck, for the most part, Eden Zero's characters are pretty much copycats of characters from
Well, I mean, if it
Fairy
works,
Tale,
it works.
and
So
it's
yeah.
obvious.
And
Well, I
and
mean, all he
who
really did
knows?
was change their name.
He might be setting up a multiverse. Who knows? Like they're all different versions of the
A
same
multiverse.
characters. Yeah, multiverse.
Yeah, I mean it's possible that although powers are completely different. What was the main character for Eden Zero is pretty much identical to Natsu from Fairy Tale. He looks very similar to him, or more. I guess more importantly, he would be more or less the love child between him and Gray. Maybe is that more appropriate? Because he has dark hair, his eyes are slightly different, but he still pretty much looks like Natsu for the most part. It just looks like Natsu. Um, and, and Rebecca is the same blonde girl from Fairy Tale. Very similar. I think they're even voiced by the same people, possibly. I'm not 100% on that, but the voices sounded familiar to me. Of course, that could just be because they're the English voice actors. But still, the show was pretty fun, actually. There's a crossover manga for Racer, Fairy Tale, and Eden Zero. Well, that would make sense, considering they're all his. It would make sense that he's like, you know what? Let's slap them all together in the same world and let them all interact
Yeah,
with one another.
multiverse.
Why not? It's not like other manga creators don't do that, because Akira Toriyama's done that before too.
Yep.
He had his very first manga creation interact with Dragon Ball, so it's not that strange or bizarre, honestly. The Dr. Lump manga that he made, he had those characters interact with each other before. The little android girl. Mm-hmm. They even had anime episodes that were dedicated to it, or anime specials. I think my favorite types of crossovers, actually, considering I watched that movie special a while ago, I like when the crossovers make sense, I guess. So the crossover between Detective Conan and Lupin the Third. I was like, oh my gosh, this is perfect. Perfect type of crossover. Yes, two different creators, two completely different series, but they fit so well together, considering both involve crime. One a master thief, the other one a master detective, who is in the body of a small child. Actually, I think my favorite part of that entire thing was the fact that him and had Conan and Jigen having this he met with Jigen in like a hotel, and he acted like he was his kid the entire time. That was hilarious. Go watch the crossover special if you can. Though I will recommend that if you can, probably watch the TV special crossover before then. There were things that I didn't fully understand by the time it was reaching near the end point. I was like, they're talking about something that's already happened, and I've not watched it. I bought 7 films. Holy crap. And you really like them? Good, because a lot of them are actually pretty good. Lupin the Third is probably one of my favorite shows from back in the day. Back to the old Toonami days. Right?
Oh, Toonami.
Or am I alone in that? And Funimation had them. That's true, yes. Well, I don't know, Dalton. Did you ever watch Lupin the Third? Or Case Closed?
I didn't. I remember many fond childhood memories of Toonami, but I don't think I ever got into that one.
I think they were on the Adult Swim block.
What exactly is it about?
I guess I can cover each show individually because they're two separate shows. Lupin the Third is a series that's been going since mid 70s to early 80s. Was when part 1 came out.
I like long
and
running
or
anime.
there's even
That's good.
older than that, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
It's long running, and they even have had recent series too, or recent seasons. But okay, you've heard of the Master Thief Lupin, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's in the name, Lupin the Third.
Ah.
So
Yeah.
he's the third of the Lupin family Master Thief.
Hmm.
The show normally involves himself and his cohorts getting into escapades of stealing things, but normally not getting what they want because something goes screwy looey, and either Lupin is sympathetic and doesn't steal the thing he's supposed to steal, or they get screwed over by one of their compatriots, which happens every time.
Curse
Be the
you,
girl that he
ethical
constantly tries
principles
to
that
make
prevent
moves
me from
on.
being a thief. Yeah.
Sometimes it's ethical principle, but most of the time it's just Fujiko running off with the money.
Mm.
It's normally the girl he pines over constantly that tends to screw him over and run off with the cash and leave them with nothing.
Curse you,
And then he's like,
dick!
Lupin. I remember several shows like Yu Yu Hakusho and Rurouni Kenshin. Yes, both are good. But you fell asleep during Toonami? Well, those shows were or Lupin may have been on Adult Swim more than on Toonami because it's a bit intended for audiences because they're criminals and there
Yeah,
is. I wouldn't say
I
there was
was
a lot
gonna
of
say
blood or
I
guts or
watched a
anything because
lot of
it's
Toonami as a
classy.
kid, but I never saw Lupin.
Mm. Yeah, it could have been on Adult Swim more or less, but things like partial nudity and whatnot were very, very present in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Partial nudity, or at least the assumption, because it's in the freaking opening trailer where Lupin is trying to jump in bed with Fujiko and she has some sort of booby traps him into a wall. It normally looks like a punching bag or a boxing glove with a spring that looks like it came out of her sensitive area.
Oh dear.
At least that's what the ankle looks like when you see it. Dear God.
Well, that went from that went from Looney Tunes to Jessica Rabbit far too quickly.
Yeah, kind of. Actually, to be quite honest, the show is very much like that. Some of my favorite things. Let's see. You have Lupin, who is a master thief, but he's also, a master of a variety of skills, a master of escape, a master of opening saves, eyes, a variety of skills that he has. And then, of course, for those skills that he doesn't have, he has his two right-hand men who handle most of the other stuff. Basically his enforcers. He's Gaten, who's a marksman, and Goemon, who's a samurai with exceptional sword skills that can cut things, quite literally, in half. And it doesn't matter what it is, anything. I wish I was kidding. I've seen the man cut cars in half. I'm like, I don't know how you do that. This is anime. I don't need a full explanation, but a partial explanation would be nice.
He's just that good at slicing things.
Exactly.
When he starts slicing
course,
holes in dimensions
Fujiko
or holes in the fabric of time and space, we'll know he has ascended to One Punch Man levels of swordsmanship.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
He put all
I don't think he'll ever get that good, but he does cut it pretty close. The show is very lighthearted in
he took the dashing swordsman
the way that it handles its subjects for art, at least in part, especially in part 2, because that was the one I grew up watching the most. The most aside from Fujiko, who Femme Fatale, who constantly is running away and avoiding or messing with Lupin and causing him nothing but a headache. He eventually, there's also the character of Interpol agent known as Zenigata. And he is a gem of a character because he's in a constant state of trying to capture Lupin, which is very funny and highly able. I really enjoy their dynamic because he's like, "Oh, Pops, you're here! I've missed you." and he's like, Lupin! That's like, that in general is his catchphrases. Just him yelling Lupin constantly. Because Lupin always escapes. And it's funny.
So he's the Dave of this particular universe. Alvin!
Hmm?
Alvin,
Yeah, kind
Alvin
of.
and the Chipmunks reference.
Very. Yeah, it does feel kind of like that, where he's Lupin, get back here.
Or
Well,
is it
because no matter
is
what
it
he does,
more
Lupin
like
always manages to find a way to get out.
or is it more like Claw from Inspector Gadget? I'll get you next time, Gadgets.
I would say it's a little bit of a mix. I think it's closer to the Alvin, but the voice actor played him do a pretty deep, gravelly kind of Lupin kind of sound. I'm trying my best to emulate it, though it's probably terrible.
No,
but it's kind of somewhere in the middle. It's not as deep as "I'll get you next time, Gadget." You know, it's not that deep, but it's close. It's gravelly enough where it could maybe pass for Inspector Gadget, Dr. Claw. But I guess I should explain Case Closed. Case Closed, or Detective Conan as it's known in Japan, story about a young detective he's in high school, and he's already a world-class detective. His father and mother are world famous. That is a well-known detective author, and I think his mom does something I can't really fully remember. I forgot what she does. One of them is an author, and the other one has another profession. And he's a big and Conan is a huge, massive fan. And it should kind of go without saying because it's in his name. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. So he's a big fan of it. So he's emulated his entire detective career as kind of a more modern interpretation of Holmes.
If Encyclopedia Brown was a teenager instead of a elementary schooler, basically.
Maybe I'm not familiar with the reference you just said, but I guess kind of
mixed with a little bit of Nancy Drew and or the Hardy Boys.
I would say he's kind of just like, it's kind of like that, yeah. Only I would say they really do focus a lot on the mysteries that he is involved in are normal murders, not just standard capers. It's normally death and murder. Because that's like the first episode. He's already faced his lady friend. I forget her name sometimes, but she has a dad who's a private detective, and he hates Conan, particular kid, because he gets all the cases from the local police because he's just that good.
He's L levels
of
inexplicably good at detective work. He's L levels of inexplicably good at detective work.
Kind of. Yeah, pretty much. But the thing that's interesting with the first episode is the girl is yelling at him because, you know, he's too focused on his detective work and he doesn't do anything else. And she wants him to spend more time with her. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And basically the first thing, and they go to an amusement park, but of course, considering this is a mystery show,
in the
a
same
murder
vein
happens when they're riding a freaking Ferris wheel.
Vein of a Nancy Drew or a even Scooby Doo. It's like they go anywhere. The forces of plot.
They show up to a place, mystery occurs.
It's like we want to go on a vacation away from the mystery. Mystery happens en route. Ah, damn it.
Yeah. Well, in this case, they're on a roller coaster and a murder takes place, and then he solves the murder fairly quickly. But he was there. There were two shady guys in like full black gear, black clothes, who were also on the roller coaster, who he assumed might be up to no good. So he follows them. Here comes the fun twist. One of them gets the drop on him and gives him an experimental drug, assuming that it's going to kill him. it doesn't kill the young man. It turns him into a child. And now he has to go around pretending to be a child because no one will believe that he's the original
A
detective.
child?
So he
He's
has to
supposed
use
to
other
be
forms of
dead.
tricks.
Did Crunk mix up the potions again?
Yeah, kind of. But yeah, Detective Conan series and Lupin are both really good series. I do recommend them because they're classic, they're very well made, and I enjoy them. And yes, Nerdy Texan Accountant. Yes, Detective Conan is over 1,000 episodes and still ongoing. Yes,
Okay, I
it
think I
hasn't
need to watch
stopped.
this then because I
And
love
he,
long-running anime. This could be
yeah,
extremely fun, and you may have just sent me down a Detective Conan rabbit hole,
yeah.
and therefore thank you and curse you for
Well,
for the now several months where I will probably do nothing else.
well. Also, I will like I said, Lupin's also been going for quite some time. It's just that his the releases of his series have been
Spotty,
more sporadic
yeah.
because I'm not fully sure of the reasons, but Detective Conan is pretty much runs like on a seasonally basis. But Lupin the Thousand, I think it could be because they don't really have full. They don't the mangas. I think were more sporadic. The creator Monkey Punch was not. I don't know if he was overtly consistent. Um, but also at the same time, Monkey Punch passed away a few years ago, so that could all hampering their ability to make more. But
Mm.
whoever he's left the shows in charge with still do a really good job of every series and movie that they tackle. So,
Mm.
um, Nerdy Text Accountant thinks One Piece will end before Detective Conan. Possible. Detective Conan could go forever. Uh, people, I think it's a winning formula. No one ever gets tired of a good murder mystery.
Well, it's the same reason why
Dalton, what are you doing? You're missing the sports ball games.
I I
Hi,
boot to
Eric.
the head, boot to the head. No, no.
Yes, boot to the head. Okay, so I should cover some of the other anime I've watched because I kind of think, or that I not. What else was I watching? I've been watching. I watched a couple episodes of Komi Communicate because I enjoyed reading the first volume of the manga. So I was like, oh, this is on Netflix. Cool, I'll watch this too. Watched that for a little bit yesterday. Pretty good, although they did edit things from the original manga. Thank you, Western editors, because the them is really necessary for one of the characters. He's already
Oh, they
confusing enough as it
didn't.
is.
Oh no. Yeah.
Don't. It's it's very. I would say it's relatively minor and offensive.
Yeah.
Made her. So,
This is just yet another example of the modern day social justice deconstructionist behaving exactly like the evangelical tradcons of yesteryear. Just just like we all used to complain when four kids would family values atize, you know what the kid the kid from One Piece
yeah.
sucks on lollipops now because we can't show him smoking dope and the like. Just just the way we got mad at them for family valuetizing everything. Now the modern day moral Puritans are going to social justicetize everything. Derp. Mm.
Uh, I I'm not gonna give the. I don't really. It's not to me. It's not that major of an issue, but I did find it like, wait, hold on a second. I needed to, double check the things. So I picked up the manga after the second episode where the character is introduced. I'm like, wait, hold on. I do not believe the manga ever referred to this character
Mm.
as they or them in any context. Refer to the character as her or him because it's overtly confusing because the character's a pathological liar. And that's the entire point of their character. They lie. They don't tell
Oh,
you what the truth is. Are they a
okay,
boy?
okay,
Are they a
okay.
girl? You don't know because you can't trust a damn thing they say anyway.
So what you're telling me is that their choice for a non-binary or gender fluid character is an amoral pathological liar. Well done, social justice advocates. This will totally win you all the awards. It's like when Marvel
It is a little weird.
made the New Warriors and went, we'll call our first non-binary character Snowflake, and that totally won't bite us in the ass or anything. Yerp, the derp, the derp.
Let's see. I wanted to catch. I wanted to catch a chat. Thank you also, Eric, for being here. Stand back, everyone. Give Nightwolf room trying to think. Yes, because my brain stops working, and that happens a lot. And Underworld Dreams saying, I've seen people go into old anime wiki and label characters as trans-binary. I'm not surprised. I wish I was, but I'm not. I've seen that stuff on Twitter so many times at this point. I'm like, why? I've had people say, I've seen a few times that people talk about, and I'm like, I'm sorry, what? What makes you think? What makes you think that Camille Bidan is non-binary? Please explain to me. Illuminate my mind and give me a reason. It's like, because his name doesn't sound like a guy. That's it? That's the best you got? One, he's straight. Two, his name is okay. Camille's introduction in Zeta Gundam. Okay, I'm gonna talk about this because it does annoy me because okay, one of the main antagonists in the show by the name of Jared makes a comment about Camille's name. He says that sounds like a girl's name. In turn, Camille does punch him in the frickin' face for insulting his name. And also the fact he doesn't like the Titans. That also doesn't help.
Well, to be fair, Camille
and constantly
is a
said,
very yeah.
What?
Camille is a very feminine sounding name.
I know his name sounds. It does sound very feminine. I know. That does not make him non-binary or anything of the sort.
No,
he would have to have more outstanding behavior that would prove that.
It's exactly like I said. It's exactly the same thing that the 4Kids by way of family values pandering used to do with the we can't show what's his name smoking in One Piece, so we have to have him like addicted to lollipops, or we can't say the word dead, so we have to come up with some other name for it, and so on. Well, it's basically the same thing. It's just now instead of pandering to family values, we're pandering to social justice. And it's just as moralizing, puritanical,
but like
and
I said,
as it ever
these
was.
People have no. Yeah. Well, the thing is that they're just crazy people on Twitter, and I've mentioned times to them, like, how is he non-binary? He has a girlfriend. More than one girl is seeking to spend time with him in the show.
Well, they would.
Not to mention the multiple crushes throughout the series. He does not show the same interest in men as he does in women. And there's also the one thing that's always been Camille's kind of defining catchphrase throughout most of the time that he's been a character. It appears in almost every video game. You want to know what that is? I will tell you. It's him screaming, Camille's a man's name and I'm a man. Isn't that proof that he is self-identifying himself as a, I don't know, man?
One would think,
strange that.
But you're not thinking with the moral lenses on, Nightwolf. Wouldn't it be more morally sanctified if he were non-binary?
Thank you very much. Home of infinite losers. Oh my god, I forgot.
Yeah, the Hiffle.
I forgot that was in Dragon Ball too. Yeah, changed
home
hell
for
to home
infinite
of
losers.
infinite losers.
Yeah.
Although I do find that one slightly hilarious and
Yeah, no,
actually
that
fairly
one can
clever.
say
Because in a sense, it's wrong considering that they're all losers.
that's
I'm okay
exactly
with it,
what
though I would prefer them to refer to it as hell. But
that's exactly why they kept it for DVD abridged, because it failed so hard that it actually kind of wound up on the other side of the coolness looking glass. Like you uncooled so
yeah,
hard that you became cool again. Good for you.
yeah. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the other types of Gundam tape I've seen from really dumb people boggle my mind to very high degrees.
Hmm.
What was it? There was some apparently there's been a debate going on and a few different people online talking about Char's counterattack and desperately trying to justify his freaking actions of taking our satellite, or in this case, basically a giant meteor, and making it plummet to Earth. And I'm like, wait, hold on. While I could
Pourquoi?
understand someone say, okay, the Earth is in trouble and we need to stop the conflict. And you want to stop the Earth Federation from being corrupt and taking control of everything and punishing the colonies, this kind of good stuff. It completely defeats the purpose of what Tomino's work is all about, especially in the original Gundam, because the main point that he was trying to all his series almost identical every single time is that it doesn't matter what side of the war they're on, there are evil people on either side. There are monsters everywhere. Any government can become corrupt, can become tyrannical. It doesn't take much
Yeah,
to do so. It just takes a few people with enough ambition to do so.
yeah. It's just
It's how
yeah.
Xeon became a powerhouse and how they decimated the Earth. And the fact that it's like, oh well, they'll destroy the Earth population. I'm like, don't you think the race in the Gundam universe has suffered enough war and conflict as it is, along with the Earth itself? How can you justify this when the original 1 year war killed over half the population? How do you justify that? How can you possibly quantify that as, oh, it's a necessary evil? Char has to do it. Char's the hero, everybody. No, he's clearly not. He went from somebody who was trying to change and make himself better to going right back to his old habits, or basically being indoctrinated by his dad's belief systems and going to murder everybody. And it wasn't for really any good moral reasons. It's because he's an asshole. Well, his reasoning might have been somewhat, I wouldn't say reasonable, but it made sense in the context of the show. But even he's probably questioning whether or not he's doing the right thing or not. He just hates the Earth Federation. That's just it. That's it. It's done out of hatred and malice, not really for the sense of I'm doing the right thing. I'm safe. I'm going to force all of humanity to go up to space. How can you do that if you kill everybody? It's the stupidest quandary I've ever come across.
Hmm.
They wanted Pennywise and Chucky to be LGBT. Why?
Be,
Why?
be, because
They're murderous psychopaths. Why?
because they transgress morality, and therefore that must mean they're oppressed by that morality, and therefore they're sticking it to the man. Or the, see
Yeah.
see this is the thing about social justice advocates. They genuinely believe, I think, in their heart of hearts, that the entirety of reality is one of those inspirational movies from the 80s and 90s, like Dead Poet Society or Patch Adams, and there's secretly this cabal of like highly tradcon, strawman people controlling everything, and therefore they can therefore be the rebels. They want to. they want to see themselves as the virtuous rebels. Therefore, anything that transgresses a restriction of any kind must have some redeeming value to it, unless it's demonstrated otherwise. And if a
Maybe.
if
I'm
a
not sure.
if a flamboyant clown
I don't know what
if
goes
a
through their heads.
flamboyant clown and a living doll aren't LGBT positive, then who is? Unless they transgress our values, in which case, we will shun and shame them, and we'll actually hate them more because they could have been the chosen ones. Or yeah, that was funny when they spent like
They're
a year.
villains.
That Yeah, but the thing is, in their worldview, bad people only do bad things because of tragic backstory elements, or because they were in some way oppressed by overly strict systems of morality. Or
I mean, here's the thing. I like complex villains. That's why I like Short Aznable,
yeah,
because he is complex. He's not one. He has his motivations and his reasons to do what he does. I mean, in the first series, what's his motivation? It's pretty simple and self-explanatory. Aside from probably having a fight with in an attempt to probably beat him in a fight, officially destroy the Gundam, his only other motivation is to avenge the death of his father and the loss of his family. That And how does he go about doing that? By raising in the ranks of Zeon in an attempt to get close enough to the members of the Zabi family so he can execute them himself in one form or another. And he does this in miraculous fashion, I might add. He manages to get the youngest son killed in a tragic accident and pawn as such, saying, "Oh, I wasn't able to save your son. I'm so sorry. I tried my best, but unfortunately, Garma's death was unavoidable. I'm so sorry it happened."
yeah,
And
that's
he even apologizes to Garma for the fact that he's doing it. He even apologizes to him. He's like, "Sure, where are you? I need your help. We're friends, and they've been friends for years. And I'm sorry, Garma. Blame this on your own existence. Blame it on your family." And he's like, "How dare you?" And then goes down in a flame of glory. And then galvanizes that death into making themselves not only a dictatorship, but galvanizes themselves to fight even harder. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, Char got what he wanted, to kill members of the Zabi family, something he'd been planning for years.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, he only ever executed 2 of them, technically. The others managed to die due to other circumstances. Let's see. Dozel died when he was fighting the Gundam in Big Sam, because, of course, he did. The man was a beast and a badass, and he wanted to go his glory. Hell yeah. I mean, he hopped out of the Big Sam and tried to fight the Gundam with a machine gun. Human-handed.
The Viking mentality of
this man is insane. I love him for it.
I'll do anything as long as I don't die like a coward, basically. Yeah.
I mean, well, yeah, it was kind of like that. I mean, he evacuated the entire colony or the area he was working in because his wife and child were there. And basically, he told his wife and child and everybody else who were civilians to get out, to escape on a shuttle and get out of there. And he would hold the line to make sure they got out. And I'm like, this is a man who is a father, who cares about deeply for his family. This is a man. Is he crazy? Yes. And maybe even slightly evil. But he also has redeeming qualities that make him charming. But yeah, he dies. The father dies because Giran set him up for death. You know, the oldest son, because he's an asshole and he wants to be Hitler. I'm joking. They actually state that directly. Mm-hmm. His father's like, "What are you trying to do, son? Do you want to become the next Adolf Hitler?" And he's like, "Why not?" And I'm like, okay. You crazy bastard. But yeah, he basically offs his father.
You wish to become the Fuhrer, Chad? Yes. Lol.
Yeah, it's like you want to become the worst, one of the worst human beings in human history. Yes. He's like, so long as
Yes,
it gets
please.
results, who cares? Pretty much. And then of course and then the sister finds out about it, which is another thing. So she kills Giran out of spite for killing their father. And then Shar manages to kill one of the last surviving members by killing Cassilia. So the only one of the members of their family that managed to survive was the little girl that Dozel managed to help. His daughter is the only living member of the zombie family left. Anyway, I've seen a lot of interesting and complex characters who got overly simplified by modern ideological lens, and people just continue to repeat it, whether it's gender, sexuality, ideology, motive, philosophy. Yeah,
Yeah, because
oversimplification of very complex characters.
yeah, truly good stories don't need themes and metaphors and symbolism and restrictions. They need well-rounded characters existing in well-rounded worlds that people actually give a fuck about. And the thing about life, the thing about complex worlds,
Mm-hmm.
is they're not
Anyway, back
one-dimensional. There
we've
isn't
been off
one
topic for
right
a
answer
while.
to them. Sorry, but yeah. Mo-
Yeah,
moving back to the
we've
anime,
been off
but nevertheless.
topic for a while. Other show. Yeah, I want to talk about the other shows I've watched. Let's see. I've been watching the one show called How the Real Heroes Saved the Kingdom. That is a very fun and enjoyable show. Was not expecting an isekai to go that deep into modern politics
Oh no.
or political method. It's kind of like I'm in a history class. No,
Oh
it's not in the way
no.
you think. No. Ooh, stop right there. It's using political philosophies from past history, like
Actually having
Machiavellian and other
intelligent
sort of things of that
philosophical
nature.
conversations about things. That that's that's a new one. Remember when shows used to do that?
Yes.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. Remember when there
Okay.
wasn't just
Okay. So
one
let me
myopic
explain
right answer
explain
to
this.
everything? Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I'll explain the plot as best as I possibly can. So it's typical of most isekais. A young man gets transported into a fictional world or a fantasy world.
As
Now
you
he
do.
has no family. His last living relative. Well, no, he had family. His last living relative was his grandpa. And his grandpa told him basically to go out there and make a family. But I think he's in college or getting close to being in college after his grandpa's passing. So, and he wants to be a civil servant. So, but he gets summoned into this world, and they said, "Oh, you are now the hero of our world, and we need you to help save the kingdom and save the world from the demon lord." And he's hold on a second,
Yeah.
and basically he kind of just starts doing what he was already planning on doing, becoming a civil servant. The next thing he knows, he becomes king of the king he was summoned in, and he's slowly using more modern type politics and forms of just genuine common sense things that
He,
probably we would take for granted,
he's going all
and using those abilities
he's going
to
all
help.
poli sci on their asses basically.
Kind of, yeah. It's a very interesting show because he covers a variety of things, everything from actor to hygiene to medical to politics, and he handles it all incredibly well.
Yay.
Because I mean, if he was training to be a civil servant, he'd have to be have
Well,
a pretty good
yeah,
aptitude for it.
he's
And
informed in the the various
it's an
philosophies of
interesting
like
show.
Machiavelli and Castiglione and so on and so forth. So
Yeah, it was overall it was very interesting and it's an interesting and compelling story because it's not like, oh, he's a part of an adventurers party, he's going to go out and fight the demon king. No, he's trying to save the kingdom itself by helping it benefit from his knowledge,
by
which I
making it
find very
a
interesting.
efficiently
And him getting to be king,
he basically wants to make Plato's Republic a thing. Yay.
probably something akin to that. using politics from several different eras and philosophies to help benefit the people overall.
So in other
Because,
words, what if a,
the only other
what if a politician actually knew what they were doing? Gasp! Shock! Horror!
well, because I mean the kingdom that he ends up like one of the first couple episodes is about him trying to their food shortage. And it turns out the reason why the kingdom has been in such a bad state and they haven't had food is because they were producing too much cotton and nothing else. Because cotton high demand after the Demon Lord's army started to take over territory. So obviously everybody did it, but now that it's in high supply, nobody needs it anymore.
Yeah, and also
and the
now that
kingdom
they're
is starving
specialized
because
in one
so he
resource,
has
they're
to come up with
absolutely nerfed
solutions.
every other field of
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. And he's trying to help with all manner of types of topics. He got married to the princess and he's trying to teach her about these things. Not officially married, but
right.
The king said, here's our
like, yeah, we
daughter.
could go off and play the evil overlord, but have you considered how we could benefit society first? Basically.
Yeah, and he even gets into come to wars. He does a little bit of espionage and spy work type stuff, or under the hand things.
Mm-hmm.
Finds out that one of the king's former compatriots, who's one of his most trusted soldiers and leaders in his military, was trying to help him the entire time by getting all the dirty nobles out of so he could then execute every single one of them. Basically, I was surprised at how deep and involved the show was. The first couple episodes, I was like, about this one. Is this good? I'm not sure. I'm like, it's okay. And I started watching it more, and I'm like, oh my good lord.
What's it called?
How the Realist Hero Saved the Kingdom. Sorry. How the Realist Hero Saved the Kingdom.
Interesting.
That's literally the title.
It's
a weird title. It's hard to say.
I might have to watch
honestly.
that now. That actually, like, no joke, it sounds exactly like what I would do. Like I know we're in the middle of fighting Sauron or something, but have you read Machiavelli? have you read your Aristotle?
Well, actually, today? The thing is that the kingdoms are divided by borders. And one of the kingdoms is the ones who's the main military force that handles it. It's another kingdom called the Empire. They don't have to be directly involved in the war, but he is making relationships with their leadership in order to make sure that he's able to help them if the time ever comes. How is he with development? I don't think they've done a whole lot of touching on weapon development. He's used a little bit of things like that in the show, but he hasn't done a whole lot of that just yet. He's only been involved in like one military conflict, and that was taking care of two militaries that decided to disobey the king, but they did it for one was just an idiot, and the other one was the guy who was just trying to get all the dirty nobles in one spot so he could so the new king could deal with them.
Like, I know,
there was that one scene where he pretty much terrified
I've been doing it on your behalf.
Well, I'm not going to spoil it, but it's actually pretty good stuff. But he did manage to terrify the entire group of his friends and family, basically girls that are following him, by killing an entire room full of nobles except for two. That was pretty shocking. I was sure he was going to pull off a stunt like that, but he mentioned Machiavellian, I think. And he mentioned something about in order to prove your rulership as a leader, you have to at least do one horrible thing that people remember you for.
Yeah, that'd be Machiavelli.
I can't fully remember, but basically one atrocity. Commit one horrible atrocity.
To be feared than loved is Machiavelli's whole thing. Or one of his things.
Yeah. That's exactly what he does. One form of atrocity, and that's the one he chose. Anyway, that
And
show's
then
really
he
good.
proceeds to
Let's
otherwise
see
be a
what
really good
else
king. Yay.
is there that I've focused on. I'm sorry, what?
So, so he commits his one atrocity, and then he proceeds to go, and now back to actually doing good things.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Let's see. What was the other show I've been watching was My Darling. That's been kind of fun.
Hmm.
That one's been a what is his success versus failure rate? I hate it when they succeed all the time with no real problem or that they are wrong. Oh, that's a good question. I would say in a sense that considering he's in a very political quagmire, he does have to deal with a lot of things and he has to be incredibly tactful and careful with how he plans things and how he does things.
I don't
Does he
I don't mind I
fail?
don't mind
Um,
I don't mind successful characters as long as the way they succeed makes sense. As long as it's not I pulled, random Deus Ex Machina out of
yeah,
my ass. If it's I I won
it's,
because
it's I don't think it's that. No, he doesn't
if
do
it's
that.
if it's I won because I did actual sensible things and I never stopped doing actual sensible things, then that to me is actually kind of refreshing because so often in stories characters will just do off the wall stupid shit for no in universally logical reason, and I'm like, you had them be stupid just because you wanted to get the plot moving, didn't you? That's really shit. Good.
Mm,
No, go away.
mm. Yeah, I would say that they handle it. I think they handle the subject and topic matter pretty well with his character. They don't make him like the most godlike character ever. There are times when bad things happen and it makes him sad or depressed because the whole heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Yeah, the
So he has
sword
to make
sword of
very tough and
sword of
unpleasant
Damocles
decisions.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. He has to make kinds of decisions or be involved in some of those decisions. There was a landslide in the Dark Elf village, if I remember correctly. A lot of people died,
Mm.
and he felt horrible about it. I mean, it's not something he could control, but he did what he could to help. But he also has never been around dead bodies before. So when he threw up.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
um,
Uh-huh.
so that was the thing. But he did get his hands dirty to try and help them in person.
Yeah.
So
But
that
see,
was
yeah,
good.
that
The
makes
conflict between him and the other two military generals. Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense. I just I've the more stories the more movies and TV shows and books and things I am exposed to, the more I hate the character does something really inarguably stupid that they should know better than to do just to get the plot moving, and it's like it if your plot
Mm,
requires your main character to be cartoonishly stupid and out of character, then make a better plot. Like have something
mm.
happen that actually makes
Yeah.
that makes sense. Then don't don't just this character was
Yeah.
fucking around with something for no
Yeah.
reason today and it backfired horribly.
I would say that the show handles its subject matter incredibly tactfully because we're not talking about a character that has to constantly fight in warfare because that's not the point.
Right.
It's more like a civics lesson,
Yeah.
I guess,
Again,
more
he,
so than anything. I mean, he
he
does participate in combat, but it's very rare.
yeah he is best politician. He's politicians if they
Are the
actually
enemies equal
do what
or
they
are
were
they
doing.
jobbers? Like I said, there aren't really very many antagonists in the show. We haven't even seen the demon lord
Mm.
himself technically. Basically, there was only two conflicts that involved warfare. Um, both of them involved very well and I wouldn't say well, very clever people involved in it. They weren't stupid.
Mm.
It's just that he managed to outsmart them because he's from our world and he knows some things that they don't.
Yeah. He, it's a
He has a
person with
different than them,
it's
and
a
he
person with a modern day poli sci degree in a medieval feudalist society, so he's a little bit ahead of the eight ball on things.
yeah, so he does advantages that.
Mm.
Though I will be honest, he can't really fight with a weapon because
Yeah,
he doesn't know how.
he's
So he's
like
learning,
like
but
I,
it's not like he's gonna be going
I
out
will
and be
destroy you
fighting
on the
everybody
battlefield of
like
ideas,
a.
but I can't hold a sword to save my life. Yay.
I mean, he tried to. He's tried to twice so far, and both he almost got his ass kicked and killed. So, and he needed someone to protect him. So, he's not perfect by any stretch. But what was I saying? I was saying, yeah, My Dress Up has been another show I was watching. That show's fun. Um, I know it has also created fun outrage for many people. Oh joy!
Mm.
Because why not? Outrage sells, and that won't cause more people to check out the show. I mean, seriously, are you guys stupid? But
Have you never heard of the Streisand effect? If you tell people not to watch something, they're going to see exactly why, they're going to want to see exactly what's so awful about this thing that it needs to not be seen. And then if they happen to disagree with you, all you've done is created a bunch of converts to this new thing. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know why, but yeah, My Dress Up Darling is fun. It's a show about a young man who just to create Hina dolls, which is a popular thing in Japan. I don't know if anybody is aware of what those are. I'm not fully sure.
Mm.
They're little tiny dolls that are, it looks like dioramas. They're very pretty, very, very cultural. I feel highly cultured looking at them.
Hmm.
I saw clips of My Dress Up Darling.
Hmm.
I want to watch the show. Yes, watch it. It's actually very wholesome and very sweet. I honestly enjoyed. I've been enjoying quite a bit of it because he that's just an interesting story in general. It's just a young man who wants to do the same job that his grandpa's been doing for years, making Hina dolls, but he can't paint, unfortunately.
Oh
He
no.
can't paint the faces very well, although he's to sing ever since he was a little kid. But he meets with a young girl who wants to do cosplay, and she asks him to help her because he can sew and he can actually clothes. So
Hmm.
they create a very sweet and very budding romantic relationship. So it's a lovely show. It's very charming, very sweet.
Hmm.
Hello, Tevia. How are you? Hope you're doing well. But I think that's most of the shows I can think of that I've been watching directly. Is there
I've
any that
I
I'm
haven't
missing?
I have
Possibility.
I haven't watched any anime since Netflix released Tresse. That was the last like anime adjacent thing I watched. Although I keep getting recommended Bleach, and I'm just about ready to start trying it, just if for no other reason than to shut up all the people who keep recommending me Bleach. It's like fine, I'll watch it. Okay.
Hmm. I've only watched bits and pieces of I've only watched bits and pieces of it. I'm not interested really.
See
Shonen
that,
anime
that
are I have to be incredibly
Yeah, see
particular with.
that's the thing. I've watched clips of it and I don't see I don't see where I'm supposed to fit in it, and it's weird. Because in theory I should love it because
Mm,
it's a supernatural action mystical sort of show, and I am very much an easy
yeah,
lay for supernatural and mystical things, as literally
you
everyone
would
who
prefer
has ever
that
interacted with me
yeah.
knows at this point. But I for whatever reason I've the clips that I've watched have not impressed me. So maybe it's one of those things of like just the clips I've seen have not registered. Also, the art like the character design and the art styles for some reason bug me. Like I it
Mm.
oscillates between characters
Yeah,
who
that
just
could be why. Yeah.
look too thin and like they just don't look they, they don't look like characters that exist for the
Mm.
sake of existing. They look like characters that exist specifically to be art pieces, and I don't know if I like that so much.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
Don't get me wrong. The art styles for shows can
Yeah, that's
can vary,
yeah,
especially with shonens. It's like one of the main reasons why I don't watch One Piece is because I don't care much for the art style. It's very odd. It's got its own charm, I guess you could say. So I'm like, oh yeah, people like this.
yeah,
That's cool.
because I like costumes that look like they're something someone would actually put together, and I don't mind if they're like really regal and over the top. In fact, I kind of have a massive soft spot for characters who have a very like flamboyant sense of style and whatnot. But it doesn't like Bleach. The character designs that I've seen so far don't look like characters chose to look like that. It very much seems like the artist who was designing these characters went, wouldn't it be interesting if I had them look like this? And it that's fine and all, but you have to come up with an in-universe reason why they should look like that then. Like, why is this person choosing to wear what they wear
Yeah.
or look how they look? There needs to at least be some translation between I'm an artist and I want the character to look like this, and this is why the character chooses to look like this in universe. Like, there seems to be a disconnect there somewhere. But I will eventually check out Bleach, if for no
There
other
might
reason
be.
than
I'm not sure.
to shut up the people who keep asking me, are you going to look at Bleach? Yes, I will finally look at Bleach if it will please you, although I can't make any promises that I will like it.
Yeah. Yeah, the one big, especially Nerdy Text and Accountant is bringing up a pretty good point about shows like Bleach and whatnot. It starts good, but it does get tiring, mostly due to the filler. And that's like back in our olden days, back in the Toonami age and whatnot.
Yeah.
most shonens or long running ones were stuck in this quagmire where the seasons would come out, but then obviously there's things that need to be added, but because they need to wait for the manga to catch up and they can't keep putting out episodes. I think it's getting better now because My Hero Academia doesn't suffer from this issue.
Right.
They don't really make filler episodes, not anything that's very prevalent and obvious, where it's like lasting 10, 15 episodes of filler while we're desperately waiting for them to catch up. So, but yeah, I mean, most shonens the Naruto suffers from the same issue. From what I've watched of Naruto, it's like there are filler arcs that are not from the manga. Maybe Dalton would be better off just reading Bleach as a manga. Maybe that would make it easier. I don't know.
Maybe.
I mean, because maybe the reason why you're disconnected from the design is because it's in color, maybe, and maybe if it's in its traditional manga format, maybe the art is better in that form.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it just didn't translate well to TV, or it could just be the year it came out too.
Yeah, I'll check out Bleach and hopefully I'll like it, and I don't suspect so, and then maybe I'll be that one contrarian asshole on the internet who's like, let me tell you all the reasons why Bleach actually sucks. Who knows?
Don't probably wouldn't be a contrarian. There's a lot of people who didn't like Bleach. You wouldn't be alone. You'd have plenty of friends.
I feel like every person
and
I
Underworld
know.
I am not going to watch.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to address Underworld Dream. No, I don't know anything about World End Harem. No, I don't care. There are plenty of jokes about it. A lot of people that got upset with its censorship and whatnot, but I honestly do not care about the show. Not into the more adult-oriented animes like that. I don't care about them. Fan service is one thing, but when it's explicit, I tend to not like it. Has only had 10% filler episode. That's surprising, considering how long it's been going. I'm impressed. I'm shocked, quite honestly, considering the time it came out. But anyway, Dalton, you were saying something?
It seems like everyone I know who likes anime has recommended me Bleach, so I don't know if I would be alone if I was to be the lone contrarian asshole and be like, here's why Bleach doesn't make any fucking sense. But we'll find out when I watch the thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've just seen a lot of clips out of context, and maybe when I actually sit down and watch it, it'll be fine. But if it turns out that I don't like it, you heard it here first.
Fair enough. Okay, let's actually get to the 2020s because we haven't actually done any of that.
The point
talking about the entire. Well, it was mostly the point. I just wanted to talk about anime, because I'm that. Yes, I will admit that part of it, because people ask like, what was I watching, and I wanted to do that. So, but let's go over here. If I can I even scroll properly? Whee! Is anybody bored yet? Let's see. So the top, there's 3 shows right here on. Actually, I think most of these shows have something that's interesting that I'm looking forward to. The Shield Heroes season 2 is finally coming out. Thank freaking God! It's been in delay hell for well over a year, and I'm so freaking happy it's finally come because I cannot stand to have another delay. I want a season 2. I want to watch this show. Please do not ruin this for me. I don't want to hear, oh, we're a couple weeks away. Yeah, I have to delay it again. I'm like, no, please don't. This has been my favorite isekai pretty much ever. So please, I want to see more. I want to see where the story goes because it ended very interestingly in season 1, and I want to see where it goes from there. So yeah, season 1 or season 2 of Rising of the Shield Hero is a definite watch for myself. I don't know if Dalton has even watched season 1, so.
I've caught bits of it. I like what I've seen. I just for some reason have never gotten around to just sitting down and watching the whole thing.
Yeah. But well, I mean, with season 2 coming, you could probably do that if you want to.
I do like what I've seen, and I am excited for season 2. If for no other reason than some people, for some reason, had the bug up their ass over Rise of the Shield Hero, and I don't know why, really. It's kind of like Goblin Slayer. I don't really know why people lost their shit.
2 particular reasons. Well, Goblin Slayer, everybody lost their goddamn mind because the first episode, it was so highly questionable. The entire point is to explain that goblins are evil, they're horrible monsters, and the Goblin Slayer has only one objective: kill them. That's the entire point.
He is Goblin Slayer. Give a shock to your system. This is what he do.
Yeah. Well, the way that it's people complain is because it's like, oh, the goblins did very, very horrible, inappropriate things to women. I won't say the words because they could get me bad.
Yeah, the R word that shall not be uttered by virtue of the YouTubes.
Yeah. Yes, but yeah, people lost their minds because the goblins did that, and then people tried to make it about race, which it wasn't, and all manner of stupid takes came out of it, and it's like,
so the usual,
this was intended at first.
The usual social justice tactic of this fantasy creature is actually a representative of other races, and therefore, yeah, no,
yeah, it's yeah, that's pretty much it. It's it was stupid. Controversy wise, it's not even a controversy because that happens once throughout the entire. Well, I mean, technically, no, I guess in a sense,
it's to demonstrate that our villains do villainous things, surprising no one.
Yeah, and more importantly, that the goblins are horrible monsters that aren't even human. That they themselves, in continuity, say that they hate, that they do not like humans and elves. it's heavily published in the show that they genuinely detest both of them. That's why they do horrible things to kill the men, destroy the villages, and do horrible things to the women. That's the entire point. Yeah. Kitty.
Yes, my cat is being annoying. I'm trying to deal with her. Give me 1 second.
The kitty.
She needs things.
But yeah. Of course.
Yes,
kitty.
Here we go.
Cute kitty. Actually, I think I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back, guys.
And I am back. The cat demanded to be let out of the room because my door is closed so as to avoid my brother's dog being a nosy little puppy and getting into things. So, yeah. That was that. And I will attempt to entertain the chat whilst Nightwolf is leaving himself in human ways. Yes, Katie. She is a very good girl, but she is also very bossy. But this is what I get for naming her after a goddess. No, she was demanding being let out is what that was demanding. That meow was definitely her out meow. Out meow meow meow. Yeah, she was very happy to have me home from the hospital today, but she has returned to her normal tactic of I want things right now and you are not giving them to me, and therefore this is a travesty against cat kind. But I'm sure I don't need to explain that to anyone who is familiar with how cats work.
I'm dreaming of something. I don't know. Don't mind me. Hi.
I'm dreaming that the Netflix Sandman adaptation will actually be good.
Nothing, Tevya.
But I doubt it.
What are we talking about?
I said I'm dreaming that the Netflix Sandman adaptation will be good, but everything I've seen suggests otherwise. Therefore, I am skeptical.
Oh. Right. Okay. So Kitty. Okay. So Kitty got what they wanted, I hope.
Yeah, she wanted out, and she wanted out right now, and I was being horribly anti-cat by not giving it to her in the exact moment that she wanted it. So that has been remedied.
Yeah. Okay, so what we were talking about Rising of the Shield Heroes second season, and you were wondering why there was
controversy around
such an uproar
Rising
about
of the Shield Hero. Yeah.
So you don't remember what happened? Oh, you didn't watch the show, I guess.
The sex slave / sidekick thing.
There were two issues. Two people brought up. The slavery issue was one because the shield hero picks up two companions who are slaves. One basically a bird that eventually turns into a girl, which is funny. But then, of course, there's the young raccoon girl, Raftalia.
Well,
But
I mean, medieval fantasy setting, so yeah, there's probably going to be
people
slaves.
had issues. Yeah, people had issues with that. They took a whole big steaming pile of crap over that because they don't like that slavery exists in fiction. I hate to tell you this, guys, but slavery still exists in the real world. Get used to it.
It's called the Third World, guys, and also
granted, maybe it is considered it's considered taboo now, but still, it does exist. We can't pretend that we can't close our ears and put our heads
human trafficking, child labor, all of these things are still very much things. No matter how much we wish
very
they
present.
would be
They're
gone.
present in other countries. Yeah. So that was firstly the main one that a lot of people seem to take issue with was what happened in the first episode. Is okay, all the heroes are summoned to the world. That includes me, the shield hero. So they have 4 heroes. But what now Fumi is not aware of is that the kingdom that he is in actually has a genuine disdain for the hero or the shield hero. They don't like him. The church has been spreading lies and misinformation about this particular hero for a very long time, claiming him to be basically Satan incarnate. So basically everybody in the kingdom treats him as with a goddamn cold shoulder, as if he's
and
basically
so
has the
social justice advocates picked up on this by treating him as though he's the devil incarnate in real life.
Kind of. Okay, so what happens is when the heroes are getting support from the king, and he's giving them adventurers to help them through their journey and giving them funds, now Fumi doesn't get any support or help, at least at first. Then one of the girls volunteers to help him. Unfortunately, she is not to be trusted. It turns out that even though she was friendly to Naofumi and he was excited to have a friend and a companion, considering that he's the shield hero, he can't actually do damage to anybody.
Yeah.
He has to rely on someone else to do the fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, she is actually a horrible human being.
Oh dear.
And truly horrible. She accuses him of crime, accuses him of sexually assaulting her at the inn, and the king threatens that he would be executed if not that he's a hero and they still need him and they can't kill him because all 4 heroes need to be present to save the world. But basically he's denied pretty much anything and tossed out to fend for himself.
So in other words,
and now basically his entire trust pretty much, and everybody lost their ever-loving shit over this. How dare they depict a woman as an evil, vindictive person that would dare to hurt a man?
As though no woman has ever done bad things.
Yeah, it was really incredibly stupid. It's incredibly one-sided of an argument, and yeah, the show got a lot of flack for doing it. But I'm all like, actually, no, this is what makes the show incredibly compelling for its first few story beats. Because now that Fumi is on his own, he has no help. He's not going to get support from anybody. Even a few of the people that he had at least made some friendship with, which was the blacksmith, he didn't fully trust the kid. He thought he was a piece of crap. So now Fumi now has to fight on his own. He has no help. He has no support. So now he has everything he can just to survive. That means relying on things that are unsavory and unpleasant. Things that I'm pretty sure if he had a choice, he wouldn't want to do. He complained about this a lot. And I'm like, if you think that Naofumi is dark and messed up in this anime for the first good chunk of season, I would recommend reading the light novel that it's based off of, because I've read the first volume, and good lord, the dark thoughts thoughts in this man's head would make me uncomfortable.
Oh,
they
dear.
make me uncomfortable. Because, okay, so you know the slave girl, Raftalia.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he first picks her up and whatnot. He has no emotional attachment to her whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
She's just a means to an end for him. And even more so when there are times when he talks about seeing the face of the woman who betrayed him, and when Raftalia is in pain, he's visualizing that person in pain. So he's very mistrusting. He's very damaged by this whole thing.
Oh, dear.
And it's a horrible experience for him to go through.
Yeah. Well.
And it does not get better.
Mm-hmm.
While he has Raftalia, and Raftalia bonded, and he doesn't hate her, and they actually have a sort of, I guess you could say, kind of like a father, and sometimes he's like the more dad. Remember when he picked her up, she was very, and eventually it actually reverses to her being the parental figure and helping him through his trauma, because he helps her through hers, and first she helps him through his. And well, partway through the season, when the first wave ends of the enemy trying to destroy the kingdom, they're invited to a party. Unfortunately, the evil manipulative woman forces Naofumi into a conflict with companion, the spear hero, and forces them to duel for the freedom of Raftalia. Well, horrible things happen, or at least Naofumi looks like he's going to win, and the woman cheats horribly and basically takes the one person that Naofumi has. The one person he trusts and relies on. And he basically goes into a very, very dark pit of despair and activates actually what's known as the curse shield. And he almost loses his entire sanity because it's like, how much does this world want to take from me? It's like the one thing I have and you took it. Eventually things get better, but yeah, just that type of compelling is what made me love the show.
What does the curse shield do?
And then the curse shield is a piece of equipment that can take over Naofumi's mental state and mind, in a sense, and make him kind of a monster to some extent.
It's a hexblade shield, basically, to make a D&D reference, basically.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, kind of something of that nature. But yeah, and the one thing is that, you have 3 heroes running around and trying to save people or trying to save the world, but they're treating it like a game. And now Fumi has realized that this isn't a game. This is real. And he has to clean up every single one of their messes. So when the queen of the kingdom, because this queendom is what's the term for a female-led society?
Matriarchy.
I forgot. Yeah, it's a matriarchy. So basically women hold more power than men do.
Well,
because the queen basically is the authority. When she asks him to help, she wasn't present for all the horrible things that happened. She was away dealing with other things. She couldn't have helped him, even if she tried to help in her own way, by sending agents that work under her, and even sending the youngest princess to help. None of it really works, because the young princess is like, please, Mr. Shield Hero, go and reconcile with my dad and sister. And he's like, get bent.
Oh dear.
That's not happening. But eventually she realizes how much of a piece of shit her dad and sister are. Eventually the queen wants him to work with the other 3 heroes. And he pretty much flat out refuses. He's even confronted them multiple times over the fact that they screwed up, and he had to clean up their messes. It's a good show. I think it's thoroughly entertaining. Yes, false allegations. I noticed in anime and manga, slavery not really treated as a morally... It depends on the show. Like if you are treated badly, it's more the fault of the master rather than the evil of slavery. Yeah, probably. I know will tend to have a more darker thing, and they get cleaned up, whitewashed in the manga, which further gets cleaned up and whitewashed in the anime. So source material tends to be a lot more worse. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, him seeing Raftalia is kind of disturbing. So
mm. And,
I recommend Shield Hero. I do.
Anyway, at this point, I actually need to go and take my meds, so I will be right back.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else in chat want to chime in with anything? Let's see. Maybe more water is needed. More water. More water. Actually, what's our? Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, we're at an hour and a half. Wow. Okay. So, let me see. Maybe talking about the next anime that's up here on the list while Dalton is getting his medications. Let's see. We've got Kagusama Love is War Season 3 coming out, which is pretty cool. I haven't watched very much of this show. I've watched only like maybe 1 or 2 episodes here or there. I have not fully watched the series. I do have the first volume of the manga too, but I haven't gone through either of those. But I do love the concept of a romantic relationship where neither of the people to confess their true feelings for fear that they'll be at the bottom of the relationship and basically be the other one's slave. I do find that rather funny and entertaining. The mental chess that happens is quite funny between all those characters, or between the two main characters. Let's see. What got more controversy? Shield Hero, Goblin Slayer, or redo of Healer? Oh, that's a good question, Nerdy. I know it's pretty even across the board because normally, as is the case with most of these controversies, they happen and then people almost instantly forget them about 2 weeks, and then it's never brought up again. I think Shield Hero was brought up one other time when someone was doing a review for the show in its entirety. I think they complained that they were uncomfortable with some of it, but they didn't. I don't know. I don't remember if they fully bashed these. I mean, if we were to go from my personal opinions, I don't like redo of Healer at all. I even did a video about the reason why I don't think it's a good thing. Or not that it's not a good. I mean, if you're into forms of content that I'm not into, that's completely fine. But for personally, I found the show to be kind of disgusting and kind of stupid. When your entire show is prefaced on the fact of let's just take revenge to the most ungodly, unhealthy levels, you kind of lose me. You have a character that is so irredeemably evil that even though all the horrible things that have happened to him is no excuse for the horrible acts he returns to others. That's where I'm at with that show. Did it cause controversy? Sure, absolutely. But me on a personal level, I don't like it. That's just me. Shield Hero, I think, is not that. Is the controversy is blown out of proportions with it. Is it worse? I don't think so. But especially considering technically the accusation of the sexual harassment is so PG-13, like it really doesn't count towards anything highly inappropriate or showing a bit too much. Goblin Slayer got pretty damn close, and redo of Healer is just blatantly obvious with it. Yeah, I probably wouldn't recommend it unless you're into very sadistic types of things. I would not recommend it as a show. Um, it's done most. It feels like it's more done out of spite. I don't think the creator intended it that way, but it just feels like it's just full of spite, full of a lot of anger, spite for people in general. Because I mean, I guess it can show you how mentally deranged someone can become after years of abuse, and how they could themselves become a predatory, evil person. I guess you could use it as a case study for that. But other than that, I don't really see anything else redeemable about it. I mean, the guy's power is supposed to be the ability to heal, and apparently, the ability to heal also includes time travel. How? What the hell? You might as well have just given him the power of being all encompassing and all powerful. Basically, say, I am the Lord of order, time, and space. I can do what the hell I want. Don't call it a healer power because it's not a healing power. Healing power does not revolve time or anything of that nature. It's just stupid. It's poorly written. But yeah, that's kind of my take on Redo. I wouldn't watch it myself. I've seen the clips and I'm like, I'm uncomfortable. It's disgusting personally. But that's me. That's, my personal opinion on it. Maybe it's because I prefer shows that actually have, better substance and are not basically revenge, naughty word type stuff. I don't like that. I don't care for it personally. Um I don't know. Anything else? I think I pretty much covered that topic. But yeah, for the most part, like Goblin Slayer, I don't think is that. I mean, it's got what, like 13 episodes or something. It's really not that long, and it's out of all of it, it does the horrible bad things only a few times. And I mean, people said, "Oh, you don't like Goblin Slayer because it's a dark fantasy type story and whatnot, and touches on very dark topics." It's like, well, here's Berserk. you know, like Berserk is far worse than probably most of them. With a lot of what the horrible things that happen that I've heard about. I've heard of horrible things, one involving a horse, and I'm like, yeah, I probably wouldn't be into Berserk, honestly. Though Berserk is better written, from what I've heard. Overall, better storytelling. But yeah, I'm just waiting for Dalton to come back. Can you tell? Um, Let me see. Hmm. People are now getting upset about Berserk. I don't think so. I mean, some people maybe. Yeah, that's totally fine. Characters in the art are actually amazing. I'm not even going to contest that. I think it looks great too. It's just I'm not sure it'd be for me. And I had the main character be out of his home before dying because he was a pedo. That rewritten that part. I don't know what that one is. I don't familiar with it. Um, I mean, there
Okay,
is
I'm back.
one
Sorry,
isekai that I
sorry that
watched
took me
that.
so long.
Well, no, you're fine. No, you're fine. We were just talking about stuff people were asking, like which controversy was worse, Shield Hero, Goblin Slayer, or redo of Healer, and I'm like, I don't know.
Hmm.
All controversies are controversies. If you're talking about which show is worse or handles its subject worse, that would be Redo of Healer.
Hmm.
But I don't know what Underworld
I
is
think he
talking.
might
He's
be
talking about
asking
one where the
which of
protagonist is a piece of human trash.
I think he might be asking which controversy was the most like overblown and stupid, maybe. Is that what?
If you're going to talk about which one is the most known, Shield Hero
Mhm.
and Goblin Slayer, technically. I think that the outrage for both of those show well, Goblin Slayer, while I can understand why some people are uncomfortable, especially with episode 1 in particular, because it's very graphic and very direct, but it was intended to be shock value. It was done on purpose. It's not only it's establishing the world and what's happening, it is also basically being very direct of,
Making a point.
hey, we
Yeah.
want you to know just how horrible these are. It's making a point. It's making a statement, and it wants it to sear into your brain. Redo of Healer is just pure trash, honestly. In my opinion, it's not anything worth watching. Mainly just because it's a horrible story of revenge in all the worst possible ways. Just full of spite and vitriol that I can't even consider the character remotely redeemable. Yes, the people who he's hurting might be a bunch of vicious bastards too, and they might be just as irredeemable as he is, but I don't think that that's fair.
Mm.
I don't think that's a way to do it, to tell
To
a story
as
where,
they
unless you're just into
as
being an overly
yeah,
sadistic person,
as they say,
or you
two
want to
wrongs
write a
don't make a
sadistic
right.
story.
You know.
But two rights make a left. Sorry.
And now we just got deplatformed
But
from YouTube
yeah,
because you
I
can
don't have much
never
else
hold
to
the
say
left
on the
accountable
subject.
for anything. You
But let's get back to the
Yeah.
the list because we
Hmm.
barely touched it. But yeah, I told everybody that the second series on here, which is Kaguya-sama, Love is War, is getting a season, which is lovely. I have not watched very much of the show, but I do like it. I do like the idea. I mentioned to chat already, but basically, two people really in love with each other, but uh, they kind of play it off as this kind of game of chess where whoever admits that their feelings first is the one who loses
Ah, so it's dating
in
in
the relationship and
2022.
becomes. So both of the characters kind of probably. Um, so yeah, that's basically they kind of play this whole game of of the two characters wanting to be with the other person, but they want the other one to crack first. It's a game of chess. It's a mental game of three-dimensional chess,
Again,
and it's actually kind of
it's
funny
dating in 2022.
because it normally ends. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I haven't watched much of the show, but I do like the idea. I think it's funny. It is intended to be a romantic comedy, so I do like those. Let's see. Next up on the list is one I'm actually really looking forward to. I want to watch almost immediately when it comes out, which is Spy X Family. I've read some of the manga. This is an absolutely
Didn't we cover this
wonderful story that
in manga
I cannot help but
solicitations
enjoy.
once? I feel like we did a stream like this that was manga solicitation,
I
and
don't know.
this came up. Either that, or I've just heard of this somewhere else.
I
I don't
don't know if we
remember
did
where.
manga solicitations, but we were talking about manga. I I could. I'm pretty sure we did cover cover the manga at some because I was reading it at one point. Um, no, I was referring to mangas whitewashing light novels in the anime, further whitewashing the manga. Ah, okay. I'm sorry, Underworld. I didn't understand. so they further removed from how terrible the person in the original source material is. Yeah, although I don't think they really did a whole lot of whitewashing with redo of Healer, if I'm being honest. He seems to be just a horrible of a person as he probably would have been in the novels. But let's see. But yeah, Spy X Family. We talked about it before, Dalton. I'm pretty sure we did, because this is a very entertaining and enjoyable series.
Yeah, because I remember
about 3 people living together.
Yeah. I remember. I think you telling me about it. It might have been somebody else telling me about it at some point.
It could have been. It's been pretty popular for Shonen Jump. So, a fun action comedy about a spy, an assassin, and a girl with telepathic powers. And nobody knows what the other one does for a living, and they have as a family together. It's quite funny. It's quite entertaining. I remember watching when reading through a good portion of the manga, the chapter where he meets the woman who is the spy's wife for the operation, and he gets her out of a bad situation where it's how do basically it was a social gathering and she was not doing well, and he's like, oh, I'm sorry I'm late, but here, let's go, we have somewhere else we need to be. And he gets chased by a couple people who were after him because he's a spy, and she's like, who are, and his cover is that he's a therapist. And the funniest part was the whole thing of, she's like, why are these people chasing you? And he's like, oh, these are my patients.
Wow.
That was his excuse. It's like, these are my patients. They are very, very, they're very into role playing or something. Or it's like, they're very delusional and they aren't right in the head. And then, they survive basically a full out shootout together. And then he pops the question to her with a pin from a grenade. It was fun. I like that. It's charming. It's charming. It's ridiculous, but I enjoy it quite a bit. So I'm looking forward to the show itself. It looks like it's coming along really well. So I'm looking forward to this in an animated format. Let's see. Okay, so next up on the docket is Date Alive Season 4 is coming out. Now, I have watched Date Alive before. I've watched the first 3 seasons. I know I said I like harem anime, but I'm very specific with the ones I enjoy. And that's normally the ones that are, I guess you could say, a bit more wholesome and a little less lewd. I don't like the ones that get too lewd. But I do like
just basically
the ones where it's just a really funny story. Yeah, or it's the ecchi section does not really appeal to me. Because Underworld and World End Harem, and I'm like, that pretty much qualifies as that. I'm not interested. If you want to watch me talk about a show where a guy is harassed by multiple, we could talk about something like Tenchi Muyo constantly because I love that stuff. But I like shows like that in particular. And Date Alive kind of fits that mold too, where the main protagonist is, well, I mean, technically he's supposed to be saving the world from women who have alternate dimension powers, and they need to kiss him in order to prevent them from destroying the world. It's ridiculous in a sense, but it has
go back. I think I missed. Like I must have blacked out just then. What in all the hell?
Basically,
explain.
I guess there are some sort of. I don't know if I fully can, because the plot is kind of ridiculous. And
well, I've got time, and I am confused.
So basically, I'll try my best to explain. So, the girl he goes on dates with, and because the objective is that he has to get them to kiss him so that it seals their power and prevents them from doing damage to the world.
But
that kind of explains part of the plot. Basically, he has to prevent these girls from becoming calamity itself that cause damage to the entire world.
But how?
So, in order to do that, he has to make them fall in love with him.
But how does that? What? How
does that work?
How did that happen in the first place?
Apparently, I don't think they really go into too much detail of how it happened. There's the beings themselves are, I believe, from another dimension.
Okay.
Don't feel too bad. I don't put much stock into the general because I think the plot is kind of crazy, and I don't think it's ever. I think that how they explain it is that the boy himself is the only one doing this because he has a special power that only he possesses, I guess, in some form or fashion. It could be because of his relation with his little sister, who is also one of these interdimensional beings. I don't really know. I can't remember if they ever touched on or explained it. They probably did, and I don't remember. But the entire premise is just kind of ridiculous and an excuse just for him to go on multiple dates, like it's a one of those novel dating games. Pretty much, it's kind of how the show is treated. It's just an excuse to have him go on multiple dates with different types of girls.
I'm so confused.
Though I will say the show does have its charm.
I have to watch this now just to appease my own mind, but good goddamn, I have never been confused by the plot of an anime in my life. Oh god.
Well, that's not the first for me. I've heard plenty of plots that were weird. Okay, let me see. Date Alive. Let me see if I can find a synopsis or a plot. Plot. Series begins with a strange phenomenon called a spatial quake, devastating the center of Eurasia, resulting in 150 million casualties. For the next 30 years, smaller spatial quakes plunge the world on an irregular basis. Okay, that pretty much explains what the girls are causing. Basically, these beings are causing earthquakes on massive scales that cause damage. In the present, Shido, a seemingly ordinary student, comes across a mysterious girl at the ground zero of a spatial quake. He learns from his adoptive sister, Kotori, that the girl is one of the spirits from different dimensions are the real cause of the spatial quakes that occur when they manifest themselves in the real world. He also learns that Kotori is the commander of an airship called the Faxus, crewed by the organization's Radicers and its parent company, Asgard Electronics, and is recruited to make use of his mysterious ability to seal the spirit powers, thus stopping them from being a threat to mankind. However, there is a catch. The seal of spirit's powers, he must make each spirit fall in love with him and make her him. Shido's intelligent classmate, Origami Tachibana, is a sergeant of the AST, Anti-Spirit Team, a special unit designed to the threats posed by spirits. As Shido successfully keeps sealing more and more spirits, he gains allies to help him with his dates with other spirits. Shido also increases the competition among them for his attention and affection, much to his chagrin. There's the plot. I was trying to remember the reason why this was happening.
Okay. Well,
but yeah,
that makes slightly more sense. I still am at least minorly confused.
You think, yeah.
But At least I now understand that there
It's
is some
basically
kind of,
used as a reason to.
yeah. It's the high
Yeah, there
concept
is a
fantasy
plot. It's
equivalent
just.
of like 50 First Dates or something. I like okay, but still that was
Yeah, kind of like. I would say it's
yeah.
kind of like that.
Okay. Well, that's fine then. I guess it just
So drug and snuggling and struggling snuggle kiss don't
struggle
work.
snuggle.
Nope, they do not. These girls could kill you, quite honestly. I don't even fully understand what that even means, but oh, no, probably wouldn't work. But
It's
yeah,
another it's
I mean, here's the thing I thought was incredibly hilarious.
mm,
Go ahead.
it's struggle
Go ahead.
snuggles are when you hold someone down against their will and have your way with them, basically.
Oh, yeah, no.
Hence,
Yeah, that doesn't work.
hence the
That won't work here.
hence the struggle, hence the
Those
struggle and the
girls have
snuggle.
superpower. Those girls have superpowers and can murder.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm all like, that probably won't work. These girls have superpowers and could murder him if they so
Mhm.
chose. I think probably one of my favorite things that happened was at the end of the third season. That was probably the most funny thing that ever happened. So at this point, he sealed away multiple spirits and their powers. Unfortunately, their power has been basically residing within him for so long
So now
that
he is the
it's
threat,
to make
basically.
things go haywire in his own
Uh
body.
huh.
Yeah, he kind of is becoming a bit of a threat himself. Although it doesn't look, or more
Well,
importantly, he isn't able to release the energies properly or disperse them in any way.
mhm,
So what happens is his personality takes an entire 180. He's normally sucks at dating. He's a normal guy. He's not all. He's not like smooth operator esque.
mhm,
Let's just say he's your average dude. He's not some suave, sophisticated man who's like, "Hey, ladies,
mhm,
He's not that type of charmer. He's charming, sure, but he basically does it because he's a charming idiot.
mhm,
Um, so what happens is his personality takes a complete goddamn 180. He becomes incredibly charming, and like his energy off the scale. He what was it? There was one girl who was a side character who's I think either part of another organization or something. I don't, but he tried to woo her. He's like, I must date this woman because it is my job, even though she's not a spirit and she's not doesn't it, but he does it anyway. He flirts with her, and she's like, "What has gotten into you?" Because she knows who he is, but she's like, "What
mhm,
the fresh hell has gotten into you?" And then the girls basically have to take him on a date. They have to reverse roles so they can help seal his power. I thought it was funny.
mhm.
I got a kick out of it. Struggle Snuggle is the YouTube approved way of saying bad thing. Okay, that's fair, fair. According to manga and anime, ugly bastards are immune to even the most powerful women, girls, and even demon lords. Looks like we need an ugly bastard to solve this problem. I wouldn't say the guy is ugly. I would say it's a normal guy. He has the power to seal the spirits away. Let him do his job. If that means he gets to date girls, let
Yeah.
him have his fun.
Yeah,
Although I don't know if what the fourth.
yeah. I'd say yeah.
I'm trying to understand.
If all
Yeah.
that happens is he just becomes basically like a white court vampire from Dresden Files, then so be it, you know?
Yeah, I'm trying to think is I'm wondering if there's going to be more added to the series or something because I'm not seeing anybody new in the official art that I can tell. Can I take a closer look at it or or not? Oh, maybe not. I think the page is trying to load it but failing miserably. Um, okay, nope, it just took me directly to the page. Be a new girl in there. I see a blonde that I don't recognize.
Hmm.
Um, because he sealed most of the girls' powers away. I think the only one he hasn't sealed is the more yandere member of the group of spirits, and that would be the.
Oh dear.
She's a gothic Lolita that's a bit of a yandere.
Oh dear. This
Yeah,
could.
she's quite.
Yee.
I don't think he ever. I don't remember if he ever sealed her powers away.
Well,
Mainly just because she tends to go as she pleases.
a, that I am reminded of a certain proverb about sticking things in crazy. Yeesh.
Well, I mean, he has to seal her power away eventually. Maybe that's what season will be focused on. I don't know. Let's see. We have apparently season 2 of Komi Can't Communicate is coming out. And I already enjoy the series, or well, aside from that one faux pas with the anime, I mean, Komi Can't Communicate is a wholesome story, so I would be okay with watching more of it, so long as things don't get too stupid. Of course, I would buy the manga more anyway, so. I think the overall concept of Komi Can't Communicate is a cute story. Cute story about a girl with social anxiety who can't speak to anybody, but she wants friends. What's more, not what's more wholesome than that? I think the level of wholesomeness is why I like it.
Fair point.
Because I like wholesome shows that are just like, where it's like, let's have a show about something cute and harmless, sweet,
Yeah, fair point.
And although I will say that the funniest part that was described in the first episode of the anime, where the young boy tells Komi that he'll help her get 100 friends. The one thing that he didn't realize is the school that they all attend is full of a bunch of misfits and ne'er-do-well. Basically, each one of the kids at the school are a little bit off. They all have little quirks and faux pas, and it's like, it might actually be a little bit harder to make friends here than you thought.
Well, yay.
I do like that they explain. They explain that it's like it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be an easy task. Let's see. How do I'm terrible with Japanese names. I've seen the trailer for this though. About a couple. It says Shikamori seems like the perfect girlfriend, cute, fun to be around, sweet when she wants to be, but she has a cool dark side that comes under the right circumstances. And her boyfriend Izumi loves to be around when that happens. That seems to be accurate of what I saw in the trailer.
Well, he should
fun little romantic comedy.
He should learn that previously alluded to proverb there about sticking things in crazy.
Stick your thing in crazy, yeah. Don't date crazy. It doesn't say that she's crazy. It says that she has a cool dark side that comes out. And basically, it's the cool,
which trust me, is
stereotype
the
of
TDY7 version of crazy, pretty much.
Well, I mean, the girl they're describing, we're not talking like full yandere, like she's going to murder you in your sleep. We're talking like the cool stoic bad girl who, has a soft side. We're talking about that archetype, not the type that I'm crazy and I'm probably going to kill you while you sleep. Not that one. We're talking about just the cool badass girl.
Not Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Exactly, not that. Let's see. What else we got going on here? The show called A Couple of Cuckoos. Okay. what is this? 16-year-old super studier Nagi Yumino, second year student at the Meguro River Academy High School, was switched up. Okay. On his way to a dinner to meet his birth parents, he accidentally meets the brash, outspoken Erika Amino, who was determined to make Nagiri her fake friend, as she never wanted to actually. What is this? More? Can I see more? Um, or not? Um, let's see. Once the game makes it to dinner, he finishes. His parents have decided to resolve the hospital switch by conveniently having him marry the daughter of his birth parents raised. Turned out to be none other than Erica herself. I'm confused, sort of, but also at the same time, this might be interesting to watch. Um, I don't fully understand the plot, I think, but I'd probably have to watch it to find out what the hell they're trying to say. Something about being switched to birth.
Yeah.
Probably the reason why it's called A Couple of Cuckoos. Because I think they're referring to cuckoo birds who lay their eggs in other birds' nests, and then the birds
It's
kick the
honestly
kids out.
probably it's honestly probably a double meaning. It's both a play on cuckoos being, laying their eggs in other birds' nests, but also probably the crazy form of cuckoo.
It could be double meaning. Let's see. Then there's this show called Anahara Sana wa Hakarin. I wish I could speak Japanese more coherently. Sina is a small, cute student with a quiet voice. Is quite bad at determining distance and personal space. Okay, sometimes she inches away from your face, and other times miles too far. The only one who tries to understand her antics is Rindo Mitsuba, who is beside her in class. He has a menacing face. Okay, this might be funny. I'm not sure. A girl who has trouble judging distance. That could be cute. I don't know. Never seen anything about it. Maybe I'll find a trailer later. That might convince me maybe to watch it at some point. And a second season for a show that I didn't watch but I know about. Kind of. I'm struggling to remember the name. Unfortunately, it's not translated, which makes this even harder. And web pages do not want to function with me. Oh, I think it's Scientists Fell in Love, so I tried to prove it. I think is the title of the basically it's about two man and a woman who are both scientists who are trying to prove that love exists. That's pretty much where she has a crush on the male scientist, if I remember correctly. Let's see. What else is there? Let's see. Third season of this series. What is it? This is the one about the girl who's a bookworm who likes books. Don't know very much about it. I can't even remember the title. But I know there's some people who like it. So obviously it's popular enough to get a third season. So there's that. Hey, Dalton. Yeah. I think I found Demon Lord season 4. I didn't actually, but do you want the Walmart brand version
of Overlord?
Because this show, yeah, basically because this is called Skeleton Knight in another world. Let's see.
We saw Overlord
The
and wanted to
description here.
kill
One day, a gamer
everything.
played video games,
Good.
or we wanted to copy some of its aesthetic, at least the main
Mm-hmm.
character. Maybe it copied more. I don't know. But let's see. One day, a gamer played video games until he fell asleep. And when he woke up, he found himself in the game world as a
Mm-hmm.
skeleton, equipped with weapons and armor of his avatar, but stuck with its frightening skeletal appearance. Ark has to find a place for himself in this new world.
Hmm.
Okay, interesting. I've seen the trailer for this. It seems kind of generic, honestly. Don't think it would be something I would, You know what?
Yet another
I'll watch this.
isekai.
I don't think so. It's not really some. I would watch it maybe. Huh?
Yet another isekai. There have been a lot of those recently.
Yeah, I enjoy. Well, it's a trend.
Mm-hmm.
Some isekais are actually enjoyable and others aren't. It depends on how you handle it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've watched the ones that consider to be trash or very bad, and even them, they have some level of cute charm to
Mm-hmm.
them. So I can understand why they get anime adaptations. I'm not saying that all of them are good because they're not. Some of them are just painfully average,
Mm-hmm.
um, with the exceptions of the ones that are really solid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where this one will fall quickly. This one's more. This could be fun. I'd have to watch an episode or two to determine if it's has something interesting going on.
Mm-hmm.
Something that makes it stand out. Because if it's just like, oh hey, I like Demon Lord's aesthetic, let's get a character that looks like the Demon Lord, or not Demon
Overlord.
Lord, sorry, uh, who looks like Overlord. Let's do that. Um, yeah, sometimes that doesn't work when you're just straight up ripping off and copying. Let's see. What is this one? Next one after that is called Yusha Yamasu, I think. Let's see. After saving the world, the strongest hero Leo becomes someone who is not wanted in the peaceful human world. He was too strong. He was too strong. Exiled, takes a job at the Demon King's army, which he had defeated and needed to be rebuilt. Oh, I think I've seen the trailer for this.
Mm.
I think I've seen this one. This might actually be funny, because we're talking about the hero, you know,
Who is outlived his
the person who was
usefulness and
basically the
now
hero of the story,
becomes
and
evil.
now he worked for the bad guys because everybody exiled him. He doesn't have anywhere else to go. It's like, well, I want to go somewhere. Why don't I go with the army that I kicked the shit out of first and work and rebuild?
Do they
Why not?
recognize them or not?
It sounds. I think if I remember, I think I remember seeing the trailer. Yes, then he is. The female demon lord asks him why the hell he's there.
Yeah.
He's like, well, I got exiled. I have nowhere else to go.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure I've seen the trailer for it. This one might be funny. I'm curious, but I don't know if it would be something like, oh yeah, this is top 10, definitely on watch list. This would be like, it'd be very funny and entertaining.
Hmm.
Um, let's see. It's this one. We have one called. Actually, is anything going on in chat? Cute romance comedy. I only like anime romantic comedies. I don't like live action romantic comedies. That's fair. Those happen from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do many action, or are you referring to directly live action stuff? I don't know.
I think he is referring to live action ones like your Meg Ryan movies, your When Harry Met Sally, your Sleepless in Seattle, and so on, The Notebook,
Yeah,
and yada yada yada.
yeah, yeah. I don't talking about live action romantic comedies. I don't normally care for those either. If you give me an anime with it, I'll probably watch it though, because a lot of the ones But some of
I
my favorite shows are romantic comedies and anime. So,
I get my romance
that's
fix from
what.
I get my romance fix from romance novels and ASMR. I have kind of an unhealthy addiction of romantic gay ASMR or ASMR.
Ah,
That
I mean,
there
you do
are a
you, right?
lot of
you
them.
know. Well,
Never search male for male ASMR unless you want to be tumbled down a fuck of a romance rabbit hole.
no, I don't think I will. That my door. Well, my door doesn't swing that way. For one, I'm even slightly uncomfortable with
Well, I mean
what was
there are
considering.
female for
I mean,
male
I've talked
ones
about
too.
falling down the VTuber rabbit hole.
There are female for male
Yeah,
ones too.
that
I suppose you could
I'm just
get
not
into
interested in
those,
that.
but I obviously have never availed myself of those because I just they don't work on me.
You're not. It's just not
Yeah,
your.
my door doesn't swing that way. Why does
Well,
it?
what I was gonna say is that yeah, but it was some I was watching certain VTubers doing whatnot and on Twitch, and actually it could have been the one I drew when I was on the when we did the drawing stream, which is Neg. She took people to an ASMR VTuber channel, um, or someone who does that frequently, and it's the naughty kind. And I was like, nope, I'm sorry, I'm not
Mm,
interested. Have anything against ASMR? Mostly, I mean, it's not really my thing, but if people enjoy listening to people quietly talk into the microphone, you know, and do funny or things that way, that's totally fine. It's just not really something
mhm.
I enjoy particularly, though I have seen some funny ones that were mildly entertained by certain VTubers that
Mm.
some clips of them doing some form of ASMR. I'm like,
Yeah,
funny.
I only like the story driven
I
ASMRs. To be honest with you, but especially the
mm,
romance ones.
well, I did see there was one. There was one. There was one. Basically, it was a clip of one of the VTubers who I follow on YouTube from the their group. They're a company called Niji Sanji, and it's Pomu. She's never done ASMR before, but she did a very goofy and funny ASMR point of view video where she was pretending to be a hairstylist of some kind and
If
telling very weird stories in a southern accent.
if
It
you
was silly. It was goofy, but I was like,
if
oh, that's kind of funny.
Yeah. If you want one humble opinion, I think the best ASMR channel is probably a channel called Siren Sun ASMR. It's very good. I love almost everything the guy
Mm,
does. And honestly, he
mm.
he did so many like fantasy based ASMRs that he literally created like like an overarching mythology for his various ASMRs, and now it's literally become like a multiverse unto itself.
Interesting.
It's it's kind of
Wow.
amazing from
Okay.
like a storytelling
Interesting.
standpoint.
Yeah, I don't know if it's something I'd be interested in. Really do anything for me. I just find it odd. I watch several types of anime, but one genre that can I can only watch in anime is romantic comedies. That was what I was saying. Okay, that's fair. I've seen people talking about how Twitch ASMR went to shit with disgusting stuff like women farting, uh,
What?
charming ASMR, a horsewoman licking the mic.
I
Do these people's parents not teach them shame? Probably not.
no.
Some people have no shame. Underworld Dream. You just have to learn to live with
Yeah.
it. I mean, you don't have to live with it. You can try and do your best to avoid it. That's the best thing you can
Hmm.
do. Hope to avoid it. But aside that, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. Some people have no shame. Um, they have no principle or no standards, depending.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen some. What is it? I mean, there are some people who will do ASMR streams just for fun, because people enjoy their voice and they wonder, I wonder what their voice sounds like in a quiet setting, and they want to know what it sounds like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I don't know if I really see the appeal, but if people ask me to do it, it's like, okay, under torture of death, maybe. Or at the very least, it's like, you better be paying me for it.
No offense, Nightwolf,
If
but
I'm gonna do it.
your voice does not lend itself to ASMR. I I I am
I don't know about that.
I am a connoisseur of ASMR, and your voice would not work for ASMR.
Okay, that's fair. Probably wouldn't, unless some people are into my voice, which I don't think anybody is really.
I
I've been complimented about my voice, but not to the degree of yes, please do it.
the only compliment I could give you is your voice will perpetually sound like it is 19. I don't know why it will, but every time I listen to you, I have to mentally remind myself
I've
this guy is like
learned to
35
live
or
with
something.
it. Don't worry, I'm used to it at this point. It's not like it bothers me. I mean, people have said positive things about my voice too. It's like, yes, he sounds like a teenager, but who cares? He could probably do some voice acting
Yes.
or something. I'm like, really? Okay. Maybe I'll try and lean into that at some point. You never know.
Yeah, you would be
But
you would be a good voice actor.
I mean,
I'm not
it could
bashing
be.
on your voice. I'm just saying it doesn't. It's not the kind of voice
Yeah,
that lends itself easily to ASMR. Probably is all I'm saying. That
probably
granted,
not. Trust me,
there are a lot of people
I
who
understand.
there are a lot of people that do ASMR that probably shouldn't be doing them. Like, I I don't know if it's just me, but I get turned off from ASMR when the person has a really odd foreign accent, and for some reason there's like an entire subgenre uh of ASMR that people just have these really weird atypical accents, and I can't for the life of me understand why they do ASMR because their voice is so annoying.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Anyway,
Um,
back to the point. We got off into
I know
the
that.
ASMR weeds.
Well, no, I was.
Go ahead.
Uh, um, I was thinking, considering I mentioned VTubers and whatnot, because some of them do
Hmm.
ASMR streams and whatnot. But yeah, I was going to say it's like I am no Vox Akuma. Let's just put it that
Mm.
way. Right now, probably one of the most popular male VTubers on any platform. I don't have his voice, and pretty much nobody does, or very few people
Mm.
have a voice like his.
You,
He's
you know
very unique, and yeah,
you know who probably could get away with
I think he
doing
let himself.
you know who probably could get away with doing ASMR if he wanted to. You remember Harmful Opinions? Does anybody remember Harmful Opinions? He has a he had a great voice that would probably lend itself to ASMR.
I think so.
He had a flaming brain avatar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, yeah, I vaguely remember seeing videos in the past. Yeah. You talk about doing ASMR of people willing to pay, but are you willing to do even those lewd and disgusting ASMRs like those? No. God, no. Hell, the frick, no. If
I
people just wanted me to
yeah,
talk
to
in
be
a
fair,
calm,
I don't
relaxing
like
voice into a
I,
microphone
yeah.
to
To
help
be
lull
fair,
them to sleep, though I doubt it would work, I
yeah.
would do that, but nothing more. I
To
would read chat, so
yeah,
long as they don't get too
to
crazy
be
and
fair,
lewd
I don't
and
like
very
the
respectful.
yeah, to be fair, I don't like the lewd ones either. I mostly stick to Sandre ones. the Sandre ASMRs are usually what I end up going for.
Okay. Anyway, back to anime.
Yeah,
Strange tangent about Samar. Let's
yeah.
see. Let's see what we got here. The title for this one: "The Greatest Demon Lord is Reborn as a Typical Nobody." Of course, he was. How times has that happened already? I've already
I
seen
was
an
gonna
anime
say,
similar to this where
yeah,
the Demon Lord was reborn as pretty much a nobody.
yeah. I was gonna say, didn't they already do The Devil is a Part Timer?
He didn't. He wasn't reborn. He's still the devil. He just doesn't have his full power when he's in the human world because there's no magic.
Mm.
I don't know what the one I was thinking of. There one that came out about a year or so ago about a demon lord. I don't remember how it was. I don't remember the title, but basically he was the demon lord. He got defeated by the hero. Then eventually he got reincarnated and reborn into the world again with his power still intact, I might add.
Oh
Um,
dear.
but it's probably like several centuries after that, but nobody
Hmm.
remembers his real name, the Demon Lord.
Mm.
They claim it's somebody else with a different name. And he keeps on and he's like a mixed breed. He's not a purebred
Mm.
demon. So he was born to a man and a woman who were not purebreds.
Mm.
So he's treated as he's like some sort of low class citizen.
Ah.
But the funniest part about it is basically like people are going to try and treat you like garbage, but you put them in their place almost
Yeah.
immediately because it's like
Oh right,
he
I'm
takes
omnipotent.
crap from not a person.
Yeah.
There's a guy who's of a higher class of demon. Well, no, I remember that the one thing that was funny was basically you take a that's so overpowered who shows that power on a regular consistent basis because he's never been
Mm.
depowered before. So like
Is it
he tests students their powers and
is it at
abilities.
least paid? Is it at least played for laughs when he puts people in their place?
It's kind of he does it in a serious tone, but I find it more funny than anything. I don't find it as I should take this seriously because he's just powerful. He's just an overpowered antagonist,
Mm.
and they lean into it because it's like I am the demon lord. I'm the one who had all the power originally. I'm back. You guys need to learn to respect me
Mm-hmm.
again because I'm going to hurt you.
Yeah.
Um, but everybody doesn't consider him to be the original demon lord, and it's basically more of a mystery of finding out
Yeah.
who
Because I
messed
remember
with his
some of the
history and what.
I
The
remember.
funniest thing was
Sorry, go ahead.
well, what I was going to say was that in the first episode, in order to prove their aptitude and abilities, have a tournament where they'll fight each other. And one of the dudes he already pissed off before tries to go after him again, or is his opponent, and he tries to fight him. And he's like, "Are you sure you want to do that?" He's like, "I know I'm going to win this fight. I don't even have to try." That's basically what he does. He kills the dude, then resurrects him, and then keeps on doing it for a very set amount of time as the guy's still trying
Your
to kill him.
your
He's like,
your
"How many
death
times
has
do you want to die and be reborn?"
your death has amused me. I think I'll do it again and again and again and again and again and again and again.
Well, because he said that he was a low class demon with no power. He's like, or he found it insulting that he said, "My name is Demon Lord." And he took issue with that. And he's like, "No, I am the Demon Lord." It's like, how many times do I have to prove that I'm the Demon Lord?
Mm.
Because he doesn't even touch the guy. He just stares him down, explodes his heart, killing him, and then
Yeah,
reconstitutes him over and over again.
as you do. Like again, Your death
He's
is
like, I
new to
wonder
me.
how
I
many
think I
times do
shall
you
try
want
it
it where you
again.
go insane? Yeah. But yeah, that show was interesting and funny, but I find the protagonist just to be funny. Though he does play it straight, I just find it entertaining because everybody questions his power and ability, and
And they should
it
not.
ends up biting them in the ass because who he says he is.
Well,
Um,
it
because
actually kind.
I think one of the other ones.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
It reminds me a little
No,
bit
no,
of some
no.
of
Go
the.
ahead.
It reminds me a little bit of some of the comedic parts of the Sandman, because one of the funny reoccurring gags, um, in Neil Gaiman's One of the Sandman is because the main character is the embodiment of dreams, or dreams, dream itself. Everybody always kind of underestimates him and goes, you control all dreams, but what can dreams do in blah blah blah, blah situation, and he always ends up like there's a one of the first times it happens is he walks into hell, um needs to challenge a demon to get his crown back, his helm of office, and for some reason, and this still baffles me, the demon decides to play a game of like storytelling with the guy who is literally the embodiment of all stories, and I'm just like, so you're going to engage in a battle of ideas with the guy who is literally the embodiment of every creative idea anyone will ever have ever. This could not possibly go any worse for you. You are a moron. But
Yeah.
but nevertheless, after Dream wins,
Yeah.
because duh, Lucifer gets really upset,
Yeah.
and makes all the demons of hell surround him and goes, what power do dreams have in hell? And Dream just looks at him and goes, "You say I have no power here, and perhaps you speak truly. But dreams? Tell me, all of you, what power would hell have if those here imprisoned could not dream of heaven?" And then all the demons just freak the fuck out because they realize if Dream wanted to, he could literally just snap his fingers and remove Hell's ability to cause pain to the souls that are imprisoned there, and he just walks out. And then again,
Yeah. Wow.
it actually happens again. One of the princes of Hell um goes to reclaim the key to Hell, because when Lucifer quits, as per the Lucifer TV show, which is based on the comic, he gives the key of he gives the key of hell to Dream, and then everyone shows up in the dream realm hoping to get their hands on the free real estate that used to be hell, and one of them is the one of the exiled princes of hell, and he marches into Dream's throne room in the realm of dreams and basically starts just telling him how useless he is, and Dream just goes, "You're antagonizing the Lord of Dreams in the heart of the realm of dreams."
Oh boy.
And then Dream basically just traps him in a like snow globe and puts him on a shelf. And I'm like, well, what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's a really hilarious. I'm not sure if Neil Gaiman personally intended it to be funny, but I find it absolutely hilarious that every time some like really overpowered deity or demon or very powerful character comes along and goes, you're the embodiment of dreams, and dreams aren't worth shit. Therefore, you must be completely powerless and completely useless. And and then Dream just goes, really? and
Yeah.
then of course the the aforementioned incredibly powerful deity or demon gets curb stomped.
Yeah. Let's read what the greatest demon lord is reborn as a typical nobody says about it. As the most
Okay.
powerful entity of all time, the demon lord Vervatos
Mm.
thinks life is a big fat snore. Okay, fair enough. I mean, when you're a demon lord and you've conquered everything, you're probably bored. When he takes matters into his own hands and decides to reincarnate, he calibrates his magical strength to be perfectly average. Okay. But there is no way he could have predicted that everyone in the modern world would be weak as hell. Okay.
Because
Interesting
magic has been
concept.
forgotten, basically, probably.
Probably very similar to Devil is a Part Timer.
Hmm.
Um, or something similar. Might be funny. I don't know. It says action fantasy. No comedy? Well, then it's not The Devil is a Part Timer. Therefore, it's trash.
Mm.
I'm kidding. Uh, I'd have to watch it in
Hmm.
order to find out. I'm waiting for season 2. Devil is a Part Timer. I know it's coming. I saw the announcements. I'm waiting for that. Along with a season 2 of High School of the Elite. That was another one I was hoping would get a new season. Taken a long time, but it's finally getting it. Apparently, I also skipped a show. I skipped Summertime Render. Let's see.
Mm.
Uh, let's see. After his parents died, Shippy Ajiro lived with the Kufun sisters, Mio and Ushio, but he has since moved to live on his own in Tokyo. But after Ushi drowns while trying to save the young Shirio Kobakawa, he returns home to mourn her departure. However, bruises around Ushio's neck bring her cause of death into question. Ooh, interesting. So, well, it says mystery and supernatural. Interesting. That might be interesting.
Mm.
Might be worth looking into. Don't really have much to say about it because I've not seen anything about it.
Mm.
Same with the third show that's here, which is season 2 of another show that I don't know
Mm.
called Machikado Motu Krum. I don't know what that says. Um, I think this might have something to do with a demon and a magical girl. I'm not sure
Mm.
because it kind of looks like that. Let's see what else we got here. Tomodachi Game. Yudachi Katagiri has battled financial hardship his whole life, but has learned to stay positive thanks to his close circle of friends. To keep a promise he made to them, Yuichi saves up enough money to join them on a school trip. But when the gathered money mysteriously goes missing, what happens? I would like to know what happens. Um, goes missing. Suspicion falls on two of Yoichi's friends, Shino Sagara and Makoto Shibi, who are in charge of collecting the payment. Although innocent, Shino and Makoto take responsibility for the failure to protect the money when no one else comes forward. A few days later, Yuichi and his friends receive mysterious letters which trick each of them into meeting up. Upon arrival, they are ambushed and knocked unconscious. They wake up in a mysterious room in the presence of Menbuku, a character from a controversial children's show that stopped airing due to its malicious content. He informs the group that one of them indirectly gathered them together in order to settle a large debt. They are to play a friendship game, a series of games that will test the strength of their bond and trust in each other. As the group's faith wavers due to the growing number of secrets and betrayals, Yuichi must figure out who of his friends he can actually trust and ultimately discover the identity of the traitor. B.
Mm.
Sounds a bit like a death game. Interesting.
Neat.
It sounds a little bit like Saw, honestly. Kind of.
Or like Squid Game, kind of.
Interesting. Must be similar to kind of. I mean, it's kind of like there's a lot of shows that have happened in more recent years that take advantage of the whole kind of either battle royale thing or the whole thing of
Yeah.
a death game.
The
which is
Purge,
compelling and interesting.
Squid
That might be something.
Game, the like most dangerous game sort of twist on things.
Okay, so this one, let's see. This one, again, choosing to use a completely Japanese name. Ultimate Game Sakai wa Mob Noi Kiba Seiki Desu. If I remember correctly, it's something about an Ultimate game, and the main protagonist is. I've seen the trailer. Let's see. If I remember correctly, office worker Leon incarnated into a particularly punishing dating sim video game. Good for him, where women reign supreme and only beautiful men have a seat at the table. But Leon has a secret weapon.
Hmm.
He remembers everything from his past, which includes a complete. Hold on, I can't read all of it because it's not all there. A complete playthrough of the very game, which he is now trapped. Watch Leon spark a revolution to change this new world in order to fulfill his ultimate desire of living a quiet, easy life in the countryside. This might be fun to watch, actually. I liked there was that other one. I actually haven't watched season 2, but there's the one called My Next Life as a Villainess. Had a season 1 and it has a season 2, but I haven't watched it yet. But I enjoyed that one. This one might be fun to watch too. Um, and this is a thing I've heard of before. This show is called Love After World Domination. This is basically based off of Toku, which is fun. It's very interesting, but a very fun flip on this whole series. In the eyes of the public, Ayakawa and Desumi Megahara are sworn enemies who have nothing in common. Fudo, also known as Red Gelato? Is it Gelato? That seems to be his name. Is the leader of the Hero Squadron Gelato 5, whose mission is to bring about world peace. On the other hand, Decima is a minion leader of Gecko, a villainous organization seeking world domination. I'm assuming. More than likely.
Yeah.
Yes, seeking world domination. However, despite these differences, their relationship is not quite what it seems. When they are not making show of at each other's throats, Decima and Fudo continue to pursue a forbidden love. That's funny. I want to see this because it'll be funny. And I like tokusatsu stuff. So obviously, I want to watch it. Let's see. What other shows we got here? We have the show The Dawn of the Witch. The war that raged between the church and the witches for 5 centuries finally ended in peace, but a few short years ago, however, nestled in the shadowy place of the world, the answer of that age-old conflict still smolders. Okay.
That sounds like something I would like, actually.
Wait, hold on a sec. This looks vaguely familiar to me, but I'm not sure. Hold on. Attending the Royal Academy of Magic of the Kingdom of Winus is a struggling student named Sable, who has no memories of his time before being enrolled. At the command of Headmaster Albus, he left the kingdom to travel to the southern reaches of the continent, where anti-magic insurgents are still a force to be reckoned with. As part of a special training regime accompanying him are a party of individuals strong in both ability and personality. This just seems like, typical action, adventure, comedy, fantasy. For a moment, I saw this, tiger dude in the back, and I thought it may have been an anime I watched. And the girl with white hair kind of made me think that, too. But maybe it's not. Could be something else. I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh, it looks like we've got another soccer anime here. Ao Ashi is a young, aspiring soccer player from a backwater Japan. His hopes of getting into high school with a good soccer club are dashed when he causes an incident during a critical match for his team which results in their loss of elimination from the tournament. Ooh, drama. The Demon Lord and Magical Girl one. Oh, okay. All right. So I was right. Okay. Sports anime. I don't watch very many of these, so I don't really have much to say on it. Could be fun. I mean, I hadn't finished watching the sports animes that I had any actual interest in, so you know. Let's see what then. Of course, there's going to be a new Black Rock shooter anime called Dawnfall. Okay, I've never watched the original Black Rock shooter, so I have nothing really to add to this one. I heard it has a good soundtrack. That's all I've ever heard. Is that it has really good music, and it had a video game. Okay. What is this? Seikei Shoujo no Virgin Road. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? The lost ones wanderers who come here from distant worlds known as Japan. No one knows how or why they leave their homes. The only thing that is certain is that they bring disaster and calamity. The duty of exterminating them without remorse falls to Mino, a young executioner. Wait. That's very weird. I don't fully understand. It's like disaster duty of exterminating them without remorse. Let's see. Hold on. Maybe if we get a little bit more dialogue, I can under. When she meets Akiri, it seems like just another job until she discovers it's impossible to kill this girl. And when Mino begins to search for a way to defeat this immortality, is more than happy to tag along. So begins a journey that will change Mino forever. Okay. No idea. Seems weird. No idea what that has to be. Let's see. I have no real comment. We have another season of Love Live. Okay. Everybody likes Love Live. Everybody loves idol groups. So if you're a fan of Love Live, there you go. You got more Love Live. Hooray! How's Chad doing? Anything interesting? We're in the Magical Girl one. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's been that one for a while. Nobody seems to be saying anything. I think we might be losing them.
Probably, but that's okay. Let's see. To become a real heroine, the unpopular girl has to. What the frick? Oh, hold on a sec. My mom is calling me. Hello? What's up?
I'm sorry, folks. I don't know really what to fill the void with while he's on the phone.
I'm back. Mom was wondering what was going on. I'd been up here for almost 3 hours. And she's like, it's almost 7 o'clock. It's past 7, right? I'm like, yes, I am aware. But we got sidetracked so much that it took me a while to get things on. So I'm sorry. And she said she'll figure out something for dinner on her own. So I'm sorry.
Hmm. Well, I
But I'm
mean,
having don't want to go yet.
okay.
I
I
mean, if
don't.
you unless you have to go, then I'll
No,
I could
I
probably
don't.
end
I
it.
don't. I just don't want you to get in trouble with your mom. Like that. See, it seems like she really
No,
wants.
I'm not in trouble. She was just she thought I fell asleep up here. That's what happened. She thought I
Oh,
fell asleep.
I
So,
see.
I'm like, no, I'm talking to Dalton. We're having a chatting about anime and stuff. Um, anyway, guys, hi, I'm back. You haven't watched Love Live before? I haven't watched it either. So it's an anime about idol girls. Not really interested. Not really my thing. I can't recommend it because I've never watched it before. I'm betting if you're into cute girls doing cute things, sure, that'd probably be right up your alley. I don't know. But let's see. Actually, this one I was trying to read. Will I even be able to read it? Okay. Let's see. To become a real heroine, the unpopular girl the secret task. Okay. No, what is this? Haruyu Suzumi, who left her hometown to continue pursuing her passion of track and field, enrolls into Tokyo High School. I'm going to just say that. In, ser- in searching for a part time job, Hiyori ends up becoming an apprentice manager of her classmate. Okay. And who are members of an idol group. Okay, another idol story. Story follows the struggle that Himori faces with school, extracurricular activities, and her managing job, as well as the idol group. Okay. Also, probably something I probably would not be interested in. I don't see
Yeah,
myself watching that
it
particularly.
sounds dull to me, but who knows?
I mean, there's got to be people who are into it, but I'm. It's just not
Yeah,
me.
it is not it is
Dance,
certainly not my
dance.
thing.
Yeah, not mine either. Let's see. Dance, dance, dancer. It's happening. Junpei is happily snoozing away during his sister's ballet recital when a male ballet dancer steps onto the stage. Moved by the strength and skill the dancer displays, the boy discovers his love for this art. Okay, interesting. Um, what else? What else is going on with this? What's going on? There's more dialogue to read. But after a certain tragedy happens, he vows to leave his past behind and turn into the epitome of manliness. What will he do when his love for ballet reignites? Ah, okay.
I,
Interesting.
not to
Probably
be
not my thing.
not to be that stereotypical gay dude, but um, male ballet dancers are usually very masculine because they have to do a lot of like exercise and lifting in order to remain in shape. And also, a lot of ballets
Yeah,
require the male ballet dancers to lift maybe two or three of their their co-stars. So, yeah, most
yeah,
most male ballet dancers would actually fuck
yeah.
you up, generally speaking.
Probably, but I think more on just the thought of, oh, he's a dude who likes ballet.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
not exactly considered a very
yeah, no,
manly
it's
profession.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
it's stereotypically gay and everything. I'm just saying, stereotypes
Mm,
aside for a second. No, most male ballet dancers would actually fuck you up. They're sometimes stronger than professional athletes. So yeah,
yeah. Let's see what else we got. We got Kingdom fourth season. I've not watched any of it though. This looks like a feudal era Japanese show. This might be cool. I've just never watched it before. But hey, maybe people find it interesting. I don't know. I mean, clearly somebody like some people because it's got 4 seasons. So hey, that's cool. It looks like something I might be interested in, but I just never got into it.
Mm.
And another season of Madoka Magic coming out. Hooray! I've never even finished watching the first season. I only watched like an episode. But I know people really love Madoka Magica, so
I've heard of
there
it,
you
but I
go. If you're
don't.
into that,
Yeah,
there
I
you go.
don't.
You got another season.
I've heard of it, but I don't know a thing about it. So that's interesting.
From what I understand of Madoka Magica, it's basically taking the magical girl genre. Think Sailor Moon, only more twisted and messed up. Because it gets and very, very surreal in certain parts. So
Hmm.
it's not your atypical magical girl show.
Yeah.
I think that's why it's gained such high popularity. It's not like some of the others.
Have they ever
It's
tried?
different.
Have they ever tried to do
It's
like
kind
Have they ever tried to do a magical girl style show with a male protagonist? I'm just
I think I've seen that before,
yeah. I'm just thinking about that because
but I think it was.
I see.
I think I've seen it. I've seen a trailer or something, but it was a comedy or something.
Mm,
Like he gets superpowers, he ends up in a magical girl costume.
mm.
Or I don't really remember much. I think there have been a few attempts to do that here and there, but I don't know. I don't remember their names or
But
anything.
but but but
I would probably
but there's never been one that like caught fire or anything.
not to my knowledge. There could be.
Mm,
I would say maybe type in ma-
mm.
male magical girl and see what might pop up on YouTube. You might find a clip of a show.
I
I'm fairly certain I've seen a show that was like that, but I
I
don't know.
shudder to think what that might produce if I plug it into the internet. Yeah,
Good
that
point. Good
strikes
point.
me as
Good point.
a Pandora's box that should remain unopened for the time being on the internet.
I mean, you could do it maybe in incognito mode and hope for the best.
Mhm.
I don't know. I I I don't know. Like I said, I haven't heard. You'd probably have to find someone who's into magical girl shows more to probably find someone who,
Mhm.
because they might know.
Yeah.
Um, okay. Let's see. We have another sports anime called Love All Play. I don't know why it's entitled that,
Mhm.
considering it's about badminton. But guys playing badminton, cool.
Yeah.
Handsome, studly young men playing badminton. I'm sure
I,
that'll interest somebody.
yeah,
I
I'm sure.
mean, if shows like Haikyuu that's all about volleyball can get girls interested in sports anime, I'm sure this will get some type of audience.
Hmm.
I'm not gonna say much more than that. Oh, okay. Do you think there will be a next Yuri on Ice? Oh, you mean the ballet show? Uh, I don't know. I have to see a trailer, and if I see any boy love things going on to confirm. I've not seen a trailer for it, so I can't confirm. you know. Oh, let's see. Because I don't know, maybe the ballet thing is a Yuri on Ice thing. Maybe. I don't know. Kingdom, I believe, is a Chinese show about ancient China. Uh, or an anime that's about ancient China. It could be either. But probably it has vibe of like feudal Japan or ancient China or feudal China. Either way, you know. Oh, okay. You're trying to give Dalton an example of a male magical girl show, and that's called "Is That a Zombie?" That's the title.
Interesting. I don't know why it would be called that,
Oh,
but okay.
I think it probably has something to do with fighting zombies. I think I do remember a show that said, "Is this a zombie?" Maybe it's the same show, but he maybe said the words wrong. Nerdy
Hmm.
misspelled it. I don't know.
Hmm.
But I didn't think it was a magical boy or a magical girl show where the protagonist was a guy. But I don't know. Maybe it is.
Hmm.
Yes, Underworld Dream. Yes, the other name for Yuri on Ice, Yaoi on Ice. Yes, that's the joke. I get it.
Okay. Womp. I mean, there have
Wait, is
been
that
like
how it's?
there have
I
been
thought
ice
Yaoi
skating
was
shows
the
for
one for women.
literally every
I'm
other thing under the sun, so why not?
Have you never heard of Yuri on Ice?
No.
I I have. I've never watched it because I'm not into that, but yes, I'm aware of its existence.
Hmm.
Um he kills zombies with a magical chainsaw and wears a dress. Ah, okay then. There you go, Dalton. We found an anime that boy who's a magical girl. There you
So
go.
so
Your dream has been fulfilled.
a very metrosexual Ash Williams. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know. I have no idea. Hold on, let me see. Um, can I? Let me type that into Google. Maybe. Hold on a second. Actually, before I do that, just in case. Hold on a second. Is that a zombie anime? Let's see. Yep, this is a thing. I thought of something, but I didn't know that there was a boy involved in it. I thought I saw a cute girl or something with a chainsaw and something about zombies. That's all I remembered.
Mm.
Uh oh, okay, hold on. Let me see. Ayumi Ayakawa is a zombie who was once an ordinary high schooler resurrected by a necromancer named Elchwood Hellscythe. After what a name!
Yeah.
After being murdered by a serial
Well, I mean, if you're going to
killer.
be a famous
And
necromancer,
try,
it's not a bad name to have, I suppose.
yep. As he tries to make the best of his undead life, he encounters a Masojo, magical garment girl on a pun, meaning magical girl, named Haruna, and inadvertently takes her magic. Oh, he inadvertently takes her magic power, being forced to become and thereby cross dress in the process. Okay, I didn't know that that's what the show was about. I only ever
Hmm.
saw pictures of it, and I don't know anything else. I just thought it was about a girl fighting a chainsaw zombie or chainsaws and zombies. That's all I
Hmm.
thought at the time. But there you go. Yes, that is quite literally the show. Okay, then
I mean
may have to look at one.
that's not quite what I meant. What I meant was like a show with the standard like magical girl tropes, but with a guy at the center. I didn't it, I didn't intend for that to mean cross dressing. I ass- I assumed that the magical transformation would just adjust its clothing for a male person, but
A male.
like
Yeah.
it would just become a male
Uh,
equivalent of that aesthetic.
yeah.
But
The only
I guess
yeah other show I can
I guess I was
yeah
naive to hope for such a thing.
yeah. I mean I've seen a show. I don't know what it was. It could have just been a comedy, a segment of it, where a guy does a magical transformation, and he's just the. I mean, he's already a relatively big buffed, and he ends up wearing a magical girl's outfit.
Mhm.
That's the only other thing I can think of, and it's not this one. It's something else entirely. And he kills zombies with a magic chainsaw and wears a dress. Yes,
Mm.
yeah. Weird, but yeah. But yeah,
you
when it comes to
you
something
think
like
it would you think it would at least modify itself into a cloak or something? Jesus. Oh well.
or yeah, you would think that it wouldn't be nearly as comical because it's clearly intended to be a comedy. So
See that's the thing though.
I think that's the goal and the objective.
I was hoping for one that would actually kind of play it straight,
Mm.
but oh well.
Yeah, I mean, there might be one out there that plays it straight. I have no idea.
Well, yeah,
Um,
I know.
Shazam,
Yeah, I know Captain Marvel is basically that, but I meant in like a stereotypical
yeah,
anime context of like or well, I guess another version would in a Western context would be kind of Danny Phantom. He does that sort of, um, but what I meant was
mm,
keep the tropes of like the magical girl um type story and things alive and the power similar power sets and things, but just have it be a male at the center. I think doing that while playing it straight would be interesting and not not going the straight up superhero route necessarily though. Like do
mm,
do the magic
yeah.
do the equivalent of the magical boy without having it necessarily cross over into superhero territory.
So basically, you want you. So basically, what you're saying is you kind of want basically Sailor Moon, but the roles are reversed. Kind of. You want the boys to be the magical characters,
It'd be
but with similar powers and probably similar setting.
it'd be interesting just to see like maybe in this version of a that's a similar kind of story, like maybe they could be avatars of gods or something like sort of like yeah,
You mean kind of like what's like Saint Seiya did, where the boys are like the embodiment of a constellation.
kind of, yeah.
I mean, in a sense, they're kind of magical boys if you think about
Well, I guess
it. If you
I
squint hard enough.
I guess if we really broaden our definitions, the Power Rangers are sort of that, but not
Yeah,
that's not
yeah,
quite what I meant.
sort of that. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I know. Well, I was thinking Saint Seiya. That kind of is almost what you're looking for, but not quite there.
Maybe
Is
I'm just
basically
weird
just
and
your typical battle shonen.
no one has ever thought of doing this in a serious or like straightforward fashion. The only way people can think to do this is in a role reversal comedy
Probably
show.
because it probably wouldn't. Yeah. Well, probably because it wouldn't fit the demographic of the people who normally watch those shows.
Maybe
Probably.
not. But I mean,
There. I mean, most magical. I mean, most a good chunk of magical girl shows are intended for very young girls, and I mean very young,
mhm.
like kind of the same for like Super Sentai and whatnot. It's intended
Yeah,
for like five
yeah,
and
very
up.
young boys
You
and
know.
so on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's intended for a very young. So maybe that's why it hasn't happened. Though, like I said, there are outliers that don't do that. Like I said, uh, uh what was it? Doka Magica is completely different.
Mhm.
It's a very different take on the genre. So who knows? Maybe somebody's gonna take a shot at it. You never know. Maybe you'll have to type something like that in to a Google search and see if there's a manga or a light novel that does that. You never know.
Well,
Because
if
odds
no,
are it probably does exist.
yeah, if nobody has and anybody ever sees this stream, I just want, like a dedication in the like a dedication at the beginning of the book or something. Just just that.
Please dedicate
Yeah.
the book to Dalton.
Yeah.
I
Please
mistyped again. Gonna be the twin
please
tail. Okay.
please take my ideas and use them as long as I get some kind of credit here. Or
Don't worry, Dalton. I'll get right on it.
I mean, I mean, you could basically, you could, what basically I was thinking was like, does anyone remember the show Witch? That that was like a spin on the
Vaguely,
that was like a spin on the
maybe.
story of the was like a spin on the ancient Japanese story of the immortal like dragoness, the dragon empress, or whatever it was called. Um,
You might have lost me. I have no idea.
I I could have sworn there was a show that was like a spin on the like the Japanese story of the Dragon Emperor or the Dragon Empress or something, and it was called I thought it was called Witch, but I might be thinking
I
of a
mean, there
different show.
probably is. I'm just.
But but it
I
it
mean, it could be a thing. Just be
it
that I
it
don't
it
know about
it,
it.
it merged magical girl tropes with like witch iconography, and I was thinking you could do something similar to that, but have it be like a young wizard or something like that.
Yeah.
But
I
what's
mean,
the
the
fuck do I know?
potential for a type of side is there. You know,
Hmm.
it's not like there might not be. I mean, odds are that type of story, at least what I'm thinking, if you were going to make like that, you would have to find a very specific audience that would be interested. And I don't know.
Well,
Like I said, most magical girl shows are intended for very young
I
ladies.
might be playing my flamboyancy cards a little bit too close to the vest here, but you could conceivably make it very, very gay,
Yeah.
and that would certainly garner
Yeah,
an
that
audience.
was actually what I was thinking. It's like we could basically do, Yuri on Ice, but with magical boys, you know, something like that. I get where you're coming from. I'm like, yeah, if they were to do something like that to make that the target demographic, they would probably sell like gangbusters,
Uh,
honestly.
not
So long as it's well enough, it probably would work.
Underworld Dream. I think you were right the first time. The W WITCH one, because I do remember they were separated out, like each letter of the word witch was a word in an acronym. I just don't remember what the acronym
An
stood for.
acronym,
Yeah.
so it wasn't. Yeah,
I just remember it be
and no, Yu-Gi-Oh does not count.
I just remember it being on JetX back in the day. It was usually on uh late at night, usually followed or preceded by reruns of Gargoyles, because Gargoyles was awesome.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. It's an interesting topic. Maybe someone will do it. Who knows? Let's see.
I just
What
if
else we
somebody
got
sees
here?
this and I end up inadvertently inspiring something, then all I ask for is a little bit of credit. Or hell, name the main
Yeah.
character after me. That'll work. But especially if you do the like super powered wizard thing, because as as a practicing occultist of 15 going on 16 freaking years, I would be flattered by such a comparison. But never mind.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's anime out there that fits very specific taste. I'm sure. Um, I mean, yeah. I mean, people were talking about shows that might interest
Hmm.
Dalton. I don't know, but that are not magical girl based, but I mean, they do involve attractive
Yeah.
men doing things, and in some cases, doing things together.
I'm not.
So, if you're,
I'm not explicitly looking for something like this show. I just thought it would be an interesting idea, and I wondered if anybody had ever taken an honest to goodness crack at it. Like
no, no,
take take
as an idea,
take
I don't ever
yeah
heard of it before.
take the magical girl tropes and put them in a stereotypical shonen kind of context, kind of thing. But
Yeah,
appa-
but yeah, I mean,
apparently,
yeah,
ironically, I am too good at subverting expectations, I guess. Yeah.
Maybe. Let's see. We still got a few shows going on here, and we were
Okay.
on the one about badminton. Okay. We did that one. I'm not gonna dwell on that. It's like in the heart of a Konichi Tubaki. Something about an all something about ninjas and girls, cute ninja girls. I'm guessing.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know. I'm I'm not sure about this one. Mainly consisting of young Konichi in training, has to which they all must adhere, as men are dangerous beings and interacting with them is forbidden. Okay.
So the
Is this
apocalyptic
supposed to be? I mean, a
the apo-
comedy. I was
the
gonna.
apocalyptic future of modern day feminism. Mm.
Let's see. Then this Don't Hurt Me, My Healer. Okay. A fantasy and adventure comedy starring Carla, a dark elf cleric who invested too much in her skills, and Alvin, a swordsman who has to put up with her antics. Oh, God. Might actually be funny. That might actually be hilarious. She invested too many of her stat points in insulting skill. Didn't know that was a skill, but I guess it is a skill now. What? Oh, new comics. Sorry. That Ninja Girl one is the same creator, teasing master Tagaki-san. Okay, I thought the art style did look somewhat similar, though I don't think I watched that particular anime. I've seen clips of it though. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Dalton, what do you think about the one about the healer?
It could work.
I
Although
mean, if it's just a
I
comic that's intended to be funny.
I think I ironically the trope of the powerful healer tries to be a more combative hero is becoming in and of itself an overused trope because so many people think they're clever for employing it. Like the Rise of the Shield hero
Oh,
worked,
comic.
but
Okay.
now everybody seems to be wanting to do some
I mean,
variation on that.
this doesn't seem to be that. This is clearly just a joke about the fact that the cleric has a skill to insult people. That's pretty much
Mm.
it. Basically, in other words, she
So
insults people,
so
and that's probably funny.
it's a cleric with the power of vicious. It's a cleric who multiclassed in bard and picked up vicious mockery, basically.
About yeah, something like that. And apparently, the swordsman that has to deal with her. So, I mean, so probably she is just your standard typical healer. She really mean or
Mm.
unintentionally mean, depending on what the context is of this.
Mm.
It just means like, oh, my charisma stat is so high that insulting people hurt. I don't know. I
Again,
may watch that just because it sounds funny.
it's a cleric who multiclassed in bard and picked up vicious mockery.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Let's see. Daemon Nagoma Ira returns to Kyoto home. His Kyoto home for the first time years for his father because his father is hospitalized. Okay. Naguma is eager to take over Yosko, the family Japanese sweet shop. Okay. But he's asked to be the father figure to Itsuki Yatahiri, the girl everyone calls the successor. Okay. So, slice of life thing about food. Okay. Sometimes those are good. Sometimes those are fun. Um, Gunjo no fanfare. The story follows three 15-year-old boys who go to a prestigious horse academy to become jockeys. Okay. The 3-year academy is 10 to 20 times harder to enter than most schools, and whoever wishes to enter must pass an academic, physical, and test.
Hmm.
Okay. I know horse racing is popular in Japan, but that's about all I know. I mean, you got a bunch of boys taking a class about horse riding and being jockeys. I'm sure that'll be interesting to somebody, not me,
No. And
and
apparently,
probably not Dalton either.
and apparently
Honestly,
also not my cat because she she heard that she jumped out of bed and yelled no. So yeah.
yeah. Let's see. Bell Divide Code White has nothing to say on it, so I have no idea what this is. Doesn't even look familiar. Yeah, boy, Konogimi. Uh, oh, something about the Three Kingdoms.
Hmm.
A comedy about the Three Kingdoms? Interesting. General of the Three Kingdoms, Kogomi had struggles his whole life facing countless battles that made him into the accomplished strategist he was. So on his deathbed, he wished only to be reborn in a peaceful world and was sent straight to modern day party scene. Okay. Okay.
Womp.
Weird. All right. No, I mean, that one might be funny, but I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
That could be a hidden gem something, but it doesn't sound interesting to me. RPG real estate. Oh, great. We're going to be doing RPG real estating now. Okay, sure. Because that's a topic that's never been touched on. Sure, that might be funny. The story begins 15 years after the Demon King was defeated and the world has become peaceful. Katana, who graduated from school and became a magician, inquired about kingdom affiliated RPG real estate in order to find a new home. In reality, RPG real estate was Konota's place of employment.
Hmm.
I've seen some weird stuff that involves RPG based things. I mean, there was that one anime that was about a a fantasy like restaurant where people come from multiple dimensions. So
Interesting.
why not? Let's talk about real estate. Let's see. This show, a little ghost girl gets worried when Miss Fushihara, a corporate slave, is working till midnight and tries to make her go home while saying, "Leave now." The ghost girl helps and brings her refreshments, healing Miss Fushihara's heart with her precious. Aw, be healed by the heartwarming thing. Okay, weird, but I've seen some stuff that's similar. I know business life as a person who is a business person in Japan is not an easy life.
No,
Uh, Not interested in this show, huh?
not at all. No, apparently.
What's up?
The thing you said about the business Japanese businessman not having an easy life. Not at all.
Yeah, nope. They are, and sometimes they are corporate
Yep.
slaves. The jockey anime should have a crossover with the horse girl anime. That, I mean, odds are they could probably do that, but it would also be very uncomfortable and weird considering the girls are and are named after actual racing horses.
Mm.
I wish I said I was joking, but I'm not. You guys should stream yourself playing D&D. Make D&D references a lot. Do I? I don't play much D&D. I've barely touched it.
I think
I like role playing games, but
he's talking about me. I make D&D references a lot, and I've been trying to get a group of my friends
yeah.
into playing D&D on live stream before, but for some reason we can never seem to make it work. So yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. Scheduling conflict tends to cause problems because I've been invited to do D&D campaigns or D&D esque campaigns before or modified ones, but all of them fell through. So either due to scheduling or some reason. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, really? I thought that this was strange. Okay, I remember that. I remember the from way back when, back in the olden days. Probably was many people's probably first exposure to ecchi anime. Ikitosen. Apparently a remake. Okay. Why? I don't know why, but yep, that's there. Okay. Let's see. What's this? Birdie Wing Golf Girls Story. Now that pretty much tells me exactly what it is. It's a sports anime about a girl who plays golf. Okay, then. That doesn't sound like a bad thing, but I don't know if I'm interested. There was one sports anime I was interested in, and it was a bunch of girls playing hockey. But that's just because I like hockey. That was I watched like one episode. I haven't gone back to it yet. Maybe I'll watch it more later. But as it stands right now, I haven't finished. Healer Girl. Okay. This story will follow four girls who seek to use their songs to heal and soothe the people of their world. The tagline reads, kind-hearted, powerful song, heal the world. These are beautiful miracles sung by humanity. Seems relatively wholesome.
Yay.
Like I said, don't know if it's something I would watch, but at least it's wholesome. Oh, hey, mecha anime, yay. Good. Ami Warrior at the Borderline. I still haven't watched the rest of the first season, but it's getting a second season, which is good. I like that. Cool. I thought that the show was interesting, had something to do about borders and conflict and war, so that's right up my alley. Yatagama-chan Katsu Niki 4th season. No idea what this is. Never heard of it before. It's the 4th apparently, but that's about all I know. Let's see. Establishment in Life. Okay, interesting. It's a sci-fi show. Might be something I'm interested in. Because I do love me some sci-fi. The distant future reaching its peak, Earth's population fell into decline. AI was developed to help preserve the species and manage the ecosystem. A grand experiment in human diversity. Through genetic engineering, a diverse array of people, including beast folk, magical beings, and more, was created to live. Okay. Not really science fiction if we're talking about it, putting some fantasy in there, but all right. Interesting. Like I said, probably don't have any clue. Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush is another Yu-Gi-Oh! And then, of course, we have a new Shadowverse, 2 card-based games, something called Mahjong Solpan. Is it about Mahjong? I'm assuming. Cool. Some called Kawa Chiko Awa. Looks like a comedy. 2nd season of Kanigodo. No, never heard of it before. Onipan. Then there's some OVAs coming out. Okay. One called Bubble. Did I see a trailer for this? I may have. I don't know. Tiger and Bunny season 2. Okay, that has my interest. Apparently, we're getting a 2nd season of Tiger and Bunny. I like that. That's cool. That's a superhero show for those who don't know.
Interesting.
And then, of course, Ultraman season 2 is coming out. The anime adaptation of Ultraman. And what looks like season 2 of Ghost in the Shell SAC 2045 season 2. Oh, there's a couple more. Oh, there's movies too. Interesting. Oh, look! Everybody, Free is getting a movie. Hooray! Sorry. I'm sure there's a lot of women who are really excited about that. More of Moriarty the Patriot is coming out. Okay.
Moriarty.
Ketiko Queen.
Moriarty the Patriot. What?
Yep, and it's exactly the Moriarty you're thinking. Yes.
Explain.
It's a show that goes over Mori's origin story.
Okay.
I remembered reading a chapter of the manga where basically he kills his adopted parents, I believe, or something, or his adopted father or something. And he talks about saving London from the class system and whatnot. It plays him off more as a hero, but more kind of like bit anti-hero-esque.
It's doing Wicked, but with Moriarty, basically, is what I'm hearing. It's doing Moriarty by way of the Wicked approach. Okay, I need to watch that now, I think.
I haven't watched the anime, but I remembered reading a part of the manga, so it was pretty. So I think it would be worth watching. Why are they doing a second season of that Netflix Ghost in the Shell show? I don't know. Maybe because they want to? Your guess is as good as mine, because I have no clue.
One does not simply understand the mind of Netflix. Why did Jupiter's Legacy not get a season 2? Because life is cruel, that's why. And for those of you that slept on Jupiter's Legacy, you missed out. Jupiter's Legacy was cool.
Let's see. Quintessential Quintuplet getting a movie. Okay. That's interesting. Isekai Quartet movie under work. No, I would watch more of Isekai Quartet if I watched all the shows that are in relation with Isekai Quartet, but I have not. There's a lot of them that I haven't watched. Although it is I have seen clips of it that's pretty funny. Actually, Dalton might like it because Ainz is here.
What is Isekai Quartet?
Isekai Quartet is it's like a comedy. It takes all the Isekai characters in a comedy setting where they do funny skits and stuff.
Oh, it's a parody. Okay. Cool.
That kind of a parody on their characters and whatnot. I remember that I remember seeing bits and pieces of it. It's actually, from what I remembered, was pretty funny. But the one thing I remembered was Shield Hero showed up in it eventually.
Well, there are certainly enough isekai now for there to be a parody crossover show. So why not?
Yeah, I don't remember everybody who's involved. I can see most of them here. Let's see. We have Overlord. We have Ton the Evil, Konosuba, ReZero, Shield Hero. There might be others, but I'm not sure. But those seem to be the ones that are the main ones that are a part of the show. So they took some of the more popular ones and put them all together and have them do a fun little show together and have the character act with each other, which in and of itself is probably enough to get people to probably watch it, because seeing all these characters who aren't even a part of
play off each other.
those worlds just make charm. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. Let's see what else. Dragon Ball Superhero is coming out. Whatever the hell that has to do with Dragon, I have no clue.
Maybe,
I don't watch enough Dragon Ball to know.
Maybe Gohan's Saiyan Man thing actually becomes cool at some point. Who knows?
Maybe. I mean, from what I can see on the poster, I'm seeing Piccolo and Gohan, so I have no idea.
I'd like to see Gohan not be a complete waste anymore. That would be nice.
Him and Piccolo, Jesus.
Let's see. What should happen, honestly, for Piccolo to catch up with everybody else is he should absorb all the Namekians and basically become a one-man species. And then he'd be god tier enough to keep up with people. And honestly, I just want Gohan to do something that doesn't involve getting magicked up to plot armor levels every 5 minutes. That actually might result in him maintaining his skills rather than just letting them go to waste.
Yeah. Let's see. There's a movie, taxi movie. Okay, don't know what that is. Called In the Woods. Let's see. The free movie I mentioned is the 5th movie of this series. The question is, will there be enough fan service for the ladies to have them cause them to have a stroke?
That is the question.
For all of the swimming. Because clearly they watch it for the swimming and no other reason whatsoever.
Well, I mean,
there's no other reason why.
As a gay man,
clearly for the wholesome boys swimming together.
Yeah, I feel probably we shouldn't judge these women for their proclivities because I probably also will be watching this purely for aesthetic value.
I know. Exactly. Everybody watches it people clearly watch it for the aesthetics and the swimming. It's clear. I mean, it's so popular. Why else wouldn't it? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know I'm joking, but come on.
No.
Let me have this one because everybody else jokes about it. Let me have my joke. I know it sounds a bit mean, but you want to know what's funny? The only reason why very basically made it about the fact that all the fans, it was a flood of female hormones and other assorted jokes of that nature. That's the only reason why I even know that Free even exists. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even know this was a thing. Because why would I mean, I don't like swimming. Like it. I'm actually afraid of water. I'm afraid of drowning. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of swimming. So what makes you think I'd watch an anime about guys swimming? Even if there was an interesting plot, I wouldn't be interested. I barely watch sports anime as it is. So yeah. And the fan service for the girls and for others who are into that, like adult, is good for them. But I mean, it's not like the boys are, getting it on or quite literally remember some of the fangirls losing their shit that it never happened. Nothing ever happens between the boys, at least to my knowledge. It's just that.
Well, you're not supposed to want them to get with each other. You're supposed to want them to get with you. That you're supposed to insert yourself mentally into it.
Well,
or maybe I'm maybe I'm
Yeah,
just the one
that might be what
maybe I just do that. I don't know.
maybe that's what. Yeah,
Of
maybe.
of
Well,
course,
what I remember,
if I had my way, this would turn into a
remember,
gay harem anime, where all the
yeah,
boys
it
would be
probably could.
competing for my attention. But that's neither here nor there.
Right? Yeah. But no, I vaguely remember there was an argument online because a couple of the the English voice actors who did the dub for one of the seasons, the fans got really, really mad at them for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was because they wouldn't act out their fantasies.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm all like, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's a bit overboard, guys. Relax. They're not going to do those types of things unless it's probably in the script. I'm sorry. I know it sucks, but
Although
you just gotta learn to live.
although that
Okay?
might be a cue
Just
for
learn
the
to
writer
accept
to
things.
find some way of putting it in there at some point.
I
Like,
don't think he ever did. I don't know.
Heed your fan base, man. Heed your fan base. Lest you.
I mean, if some of them want that. Okay, let me just say this. I mean, the type of tension or the type of thing that people are into, it gets close to that, but doesn't get any more than very, very close to each other stereotypes.
It's softcore
Or at
and
least that
very
I'm aware
teasing.
of.
I imagine is the thing.
Yeah, it's a.
But yeah, this is why you
quite
have
literally
to
what it
get.
is.
This is why you have to get creative and do a lot of self-insert mental fan fiction.
I mean, you could do that. And that probably covers that topic. I'm sure it's out there with these characters in particular. So I'm those girl games to speak of. So we got a Tagi-san movie. Okay. I've never watched Tagi, so let's see. What is this? Recycle of the Penguin Drum. Okay. Whatever that is. Ino also is fight adult cover. No idea what this is. We have another Detective Conan movie coming out, and it's apparently the 25th movie.
25,
and it's Halloween themed.
Oh, okay. Well, that.
Yep, that's his 25th movie. Hooray for Conan.
Well, I've got
okay.
I've got a lot of catching up to do, I guess.
Well, remember someone in I believe Nerdy Texan mentioned that it has over 1,000 episodes. So yes, you have a lot of catching up to do. Trust me, even I'm not fully caught up with it. I've only watched some of it, so you're not alone.
Down the Detective Conan rabbit hole.
Let's see. We have Suit Gundam. Yeah, we have the Mobile Suit Gundam movie that's coming out called Chirzu Donna's Island. That is the original Mobile Suit Gundam series, but it was a weird. I think it was a weird episode or something that was cut out of the originals or something. I don't remember. They're doing an entire movie based on it, so because it was full of meme potential, I think. Because there's an entire part where Azaku grabs a rock and throws it at the gun. Why? I don't know, but it's something that happens. And I don't know these ones. Don't care. These don't interest me. Well, except for maybe this one about a dog. The story centers on a dog that is abandoned after the Great Earthquake of 2011. Oh, so potentially based on a real story? That might be interesting.
Aw, that's cute. But sad.
I don't know.
Because poor doggo.
That would
but cute.
Be the wholesome song. Fifth? Nerdy texting account and asking, would the other Namekian even agree to that. Probably. I don't think they'd all want to be a part of King Piccolo. Fifth? Yes. How much swimming do people need? Clearly, they need more swimming. Obviously, we need more. We need more swimming
It's
anime.
obviously about the swimming and not at all
particularly
about the
one that
gay
involves
or hypergamous fan
it's not a
service.
potential insert fan fiction here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's clearly not about that. It's clearly just about the swimming. Because it's about a group of young men who
is
are to be
totally a
swimming
thing that can
champions.
sustain a plot for 5 seasons or whatever.
Well, no, I think it only had like 2 seasons, and it's had movies. That's all it's got. Because I think the appeal eventually wore off.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe the appeal is still strong enough because it's clearly strong enough to get it movie adaptations. But aside from that, I'm not sure. It's one of those things where I don't really know. Gundam, yes, there's a Gundam movie coming out. There's also going to be a Gundam show coming, but we don't know anything about it or much about it. We just have a title. It's called Mobile Suit Gundam: The Mercury Witch. Whatever that means, I have no clue. I haven't seen it very much. Not a whole lot of information is available currently about it, so I wish I knew more, but I
will
actually
I
even think I've seen the design of the Gundam.
Yeah, I will actually be right back. I have to use the restroom.
Okay. Gundam Witch Mercury. Gundam Witch from Mercury. Let's see, is there anything new about it? Maybe there's some new information. Nope. I don't see anything. Just a title. That's all that's here. It's called Mobile Suit Gundam: The Witch from Mercury. The newest Gundam is coming in 2022. That's all we know. There always needs to be more Gundam. Yes, there does. There needs to be more Gundam. I insist on more. And if it's a new series, that's actually really good because there hasn't been a new like full line series in a while that is purely based on. Well, I don't even know what this is based on. If this is a completely new take on Gundam, like a new alternate Earth Gundam series, that'd be awesome. But if it's not, and it's based in the UC timeline, that could be a thing too. But aside from that, I do not know. It's announced, and I don't know much else other than the fact of its announcement. Yeah, aside from its release, I don't know much else. But yeah, I mean, let's see, 2022, we still got a couple seasonal eras to go through, so there could be an announcement coming very soon. Maybe after spring, because it's not this spring. It's going to probably come in the summer or fall or winter of next year, or of this year, I should say. Sorry. But that could be good. That could be interesting. And I'm curious to see what they do with it. I just don't know what it's going to be about. My hope for Witch from Mercury is that it's going to another alternate timeline Gundam show. That is my hope. That is my fervent hope because it's been a while since we had one that was on model kits. Like the Gundam Build Divers or the Gundam Build Fighter series. I want an alternate Earth one that's akin to things like Gundam Double, Iron-Blooded Orphans, and so on. But whether or not we're getting that, I do not know. We will have to wait and see if that's what we're. We could get it. Then again, we might not. Might be time to close up soon. It's time to close up the shop, as it were. So, I could definitely use a stretch or two. But I didn't want to just leave without Dalton being able to goodbye, so we'll wait until he gets back, okay? Once I figure out what's going on. Interesting. You're getting tired as well? That's fair. Very fair, very fair. We're probably reaching the end. I don't think I'm gonna stick around much longer. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Trying to do as much as I can. I want to try and get some stuff done, but it might take time. But I think eventually the channel will be relaunched, probably sometime this year. Or there'll be a lot of coming, you know. I don't know if we'll still be doing content like this or not. I don't know. There's, you know, of course, right now what's going on is, okay. I don't know. Because I mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned it enough when we did the VTuber video or the VTuber stream, but I did say that I intend to create a VTube model of my own. So, and then we'll probably be posting some more stuff. I've mentioned before that while I don't want to abandon this channel entirely, I'm a bit exhausted because I don't really know content-wise what to do with it. I mean, I can come up with some ideas, but I'm kind of just at a loss. I've bounced ideas off you guys, but other than that, it's like I don't really know where to take the content, you know? I mean, I love a variety of things, but the channel is not doing very well. It's not growing like much at all, so it's hard for me to
I
determine
am
what to
back
do with it.
again. Huzzah.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I was just talking to chat. I don't really have much chat. I was just mentioning that the channel will probably be revamped at some point.
Don't revamp it.
It could just end up being a place where I drop stuff.
Yeah, it you know it's you'll build an audience from a lot of different places. I think is what the problem is.
Well, that's
the problem is nobody on YouTube is really growing anymore because YouTube likes to fuck about with the algorithm so that nobody does grow. Really. Like I can't remember the last time a new YouTuber broke onto the scene.
On the channel is hurting it. Yeah, but lacking a focus on the channel is hurting the channel. Uh-oh, Dalton disappeared. Oh no. he do that on accident, or did I have? I hope I didn't hurt his feelings or anything. Sorry. Maybe his phone died or something. I don't know. Hopefully he'll later, but
Like, and then YouTube apparently just decided that was forbidden. So reasons.
Yeah. What were we saying? What were you saying before you got cut off? I'm sorry.
I got cut off? What happened?
Yeah, you were gone for a good couple seconds.
You
for about 30 seconds you were gone.
You've been cutting out really badly too. I don't know if it's just on my end or if it's on the chat end too, but you
Maybe on yours because you cut.
Yeah, you cut out, and then like sometimes when it catches up, it'll like speed a bunch of things you said together to the point that it's almost indecipherable.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe the internet's just being shitty today. I don't know.
Curse you, inefficiencies of the internet.
But yeah, when I said, yeah, of course, granted, my connection up here has never been fantastic, so I really wish I had a Ethernet. I don't, that not one that reaches up here at least. But yeah, like I said, it's like I don't really know what to do with the channel. It's focused. Otherwise, it's never. It's not just the lack of growth. It's just not gonna get anywhere if I don't have a plan of some kind.
Yeah.
To focus in on.
Planning is good. Planning
and
is good.
I have very many plans.
I
because the only videos that get. Sorry, go ahead.
Start with just scheduling your streams so that like every like I don't know Wednesday, whatever day works for you. Every day that you can manage to stream, you'll be able to stream, and then it'll probably build just from that because you'll get a more like consistent audience and hopefully a more consistent recommendation in other people's that or what do they call them?
Yeah, kind of the intention
recommended.
That's also that was also kind of the intention behind moving some of the content over to, because I would like to try and build an audience again, but doing it here just seems to be constantly either a battle against YouTube's algorithm or just a constant battle of I get anywhere. It's just it flounders. It goes up, it goes down, partially probably due to my own lack of engagement here, but it's also the same fact of what am I even going to talk about? What do I want to talk about? What does the audience want me to talk about? I wish I fully knew because it's a bit all over the place.
Yeah.
Some of it is, some of it isn't. And most of it's probably just people who just hate watch me for whatever reason. In some cases.
Fortunately, I think your channel is too small to have that many hate watchers, but I don't know.
Are you sure about that? Well, I'm not talking about the people who watch like the streams or anything. I'm referring to the people who watch some of the videos with Square Enix.
Do you really get that many?
Because those are the only ones that have gained traction.
Do you really get that many salty comments? Seriously?
On videos, yeah. I get a good chunk. I wouldn't say it's a mass amount, but it's also not a good amount either. They come out of the woodwork every now and then, and I still get comments on the videos. I get comments on some of the videos that involve my comments about Final Fantasy VII's remake.
So basically, when you fall foul of the narrative, then they come in and whack you back into place, or they try to anyway.
Kind of. It's the only video that's. I mean, let me see. Hold on a second. I mean, some people get interested in some of the other videos I do, so if I did more of them, they might, it might start again. But yeah, like some of the videos, some of the streams just do not do very well.
Having a more consistent schedule would at least be a good place to start.
Yeah, that part I do understand. I know I have a shit schedule that I'm not consistent with, so that definitely doesn't help.
Granted, I don't either, but that would probably be a good place to begin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
make each day you do stream about something different. Like do a what what you would talk about stream, or do a what's how live stream, or do a drawing stream, or art stream, or whatever. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll probably do more art streams in the future, considering that I will more anyway, so it gives me an excuse to do so. But yeah. I don't know. It's just something like I want to share in more positive directions. And trying to do something on Twitch just seemed to be the right course of, to an extent is the right course of action, because I don't
You could also try
because
some
being more focused on what I want to do.
you could also try some of the more like anti-establishment platforms like Rumble and BitChute and things of that nature. Because I mean, the main problem is YouTube doesn't
I'm
like
not really interested in converting my
you, you
videos.
YouTube doesn't like the wrong think opinions. So go somewhere where they do like the wrong think opinions, which I think the uh
Yeah.
website du jour at the moment is Rumble, but I would also recommend doing one on BitChute. He said, knowing full well that he created a BitChute years ago and still hasn't put any videos on it. So, oh well.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't want to abandon the channel, but also at the same time, I don't really know what I'm going to do with it. I'm trying to come up with a thought, but sometimes when it goes to other places, other things I'm either doing or worried about. So,
well,
aside from hangout streams like this, I don't really know.
Yeah. Well, start with the ones you definitely know for sure. Start with the consistent stream schedule, and start with uploading some of your old videos and whatnot onto Rumble and BitChute, and see where that goes. Yeah.
Probably nowhere, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
But it will at least give you it will at least give your brain something to focus on while you figure out the rest of the stuff. So yeah, go with that.
Yeah.
Consistent
Well, I
stream
mean,
schedule
doing
and
streams.
diversify to other
Yeah,
websites.
doing streams is. Yeah, the one thing I'd at least like to focus on is at least getting a schedule up and running, because the problem is everything is so awkward. The issue is just personal things, and makes it tricky to figure out when to stream or when I'm free to stream, because my week could change in a goddamn heartbeat. So
okay, well,
yeah, I'll try and figure something out.
What days do you know that you can most consistently stream then?
That's the thing, I don't. Like I said, inconsistent. This is, you know what, guys? I'm going to end the broadcast. I'll talk to Dalton about this later. This is becoming a downer portion of the stream, and I don't.
Yeah, sorry. We ran out of actual content and started talking behind the scenes YouTube shop. It happens, but usually you don't see it because we usually do this in the back end when the behind the scenes of your favorite dysfunctional YouTubers that YouTube hates.
Anyway, we'll see you guys later.
Yeah, we're dying. Please send help, but never mind. Cheers, guys.
Bye. Is it going to end the stream proper, or is it just going to buffer indefinitely? Who knows? Hello. It's not ending stream proper. Hello.
Hello. Still here. You're breaking up again, dude.
I know. I'm trying to end the stream and it's not freaking working. I'm trying. I'm doing my damnedest here.
It's not saying you're live anymore on my end, so I think you're good. I think.
Then why does it say that I'm live on this end? Hold on a second.
Try refreshing the page and see what happens.
Yeah, we're still live. We're still live.
Well, again, sorry about this, guys.
Yeah, we're still live. It didn't end the stream.
This is usually the part you don't see.
Yeah,